at the time, because the news of this, her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through media and social media, became quite a global let's say, quote-unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand up not only for myself in that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16, and so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to school and have their friends or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a dark bruise on her face. And then it just kept, it kept multiplying. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt, to not only attempt to clear my name for the sake of, well, for many reasons, but I wanted to clear my children of this horrid thing that they were having to read about their father, which was untrue. And also, after many years of being in this industry, at the time, it was probably, I'd probably been in the industry 30 plus years, 35 years. Never had any problems, anything like that. And I had met many people over the years, many of the people, and had the opportunity to talk to those people and to even give advice to these people. And I'm not, my goal is the truth. My goal is the truth because it killed me that people that I had spoken with, that I had met with over the years, who maybe were in a not such a great position and they needed advice, and I gave them the best advice I could. All I could think of was that those people would think that I was a fraud and that I had lied to them. And so I had to wait for my opportunity to address the charges, which were criminal charges. And they just weren't true. So I felt the responsibility of clearing the record as the only way that I could get to the point where I could speak has really taken this full 6 years. And it's been 6 years of trying times. It's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. And I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people who have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud. I pride myself on honesty. I pride myself on truth. Truth is the only thing I'm interested in. Other lies will get you nowhere, but lies build upon lies and build upon lies. It's too much to cover. I'm obsessed with the truth, and so today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case in full for the first time.
Mr. Depp, how do you feel about the intimate details of your life being aired in this process?
As a father, raising kids, when they were very, very little, it was important to me, very important to me, to try to shield my children as much as possible from looking at their father or their mom, for that matter, as novelties. I didn't want my children to experience hordes of paparazzis. So I was always a very private person. So for me to come up here and stand before you, or sit before you all, and spill the truth is quite exposing. And it's unfortunate that it's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard, it's exposing for, it never had to go in this direction. And so I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister Christy last week, but can you please tell the jury in your own words about your childhood upbringing?
I had a very interesting childhood, one that I thought was normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and then we moved, in which we moved around quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just, my mom had this, her feet were on fire and she had to move, so we moved constantly. So you were always the new kid, and that wasn't ever particularly pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved several times. But my mother was quite unpredictable. She was very unpredictable. She was she had the ability to be as cruel as anyone can be with all of us. That is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Danny and my sister Debbie, and also my father. So essentially, she could become quite violent And she was quite violent, and she was quite cruel, and though there was physical abuse, certainly, which could be in the form of an ashtray being flung at you, you know, it hits you in the head, or you'd get beat with a high-heel shoe or a telephone or whatever's handy. So in our house, we were never exposed to any type of safety or security. The only thing that one could do, really, was to try to stay out of the line of fire. I started to be able to observe, and I could start to see when she was about to head into a situation where she was going to get riled up, and somebody was going to get it. Generally, it was me.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned that your mother could be cruel. How could she be cruel?
The various categories, I suppose, there's physical violence, of course, there's physical abuse, to which she was, that was a constant. That was just a constant, you know. We were all somewhat shell-shocked, you know. Even if she just walked past us, you'd sort of shield yourself because you didn't know what was going to happen. Excuse me. And so there was the physical abuse, which was a constant. There was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name calling and bullying, you know, making fun of whatever defect, you know, one might have. You know, if my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, and his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck-toothed as well. My sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. My father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, you know. And my mother despised my father's parents. And my grandmother's name was Violet. And every now and again, you would hear my mother just scream across the house, "Come here, Violet, get in here, Violet." And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut, psychologically, emotionally. But we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it was a very rare thing in my eye, as the back of the lens is spherical, normally is spherical, so in this eye it isn't normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye, and they noticed when I was about 3, 4, that I had a lazy eye, a wandering eye, and she would call me cockeye, one eye, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye to strengthen my bad eye, so that it would cease to wander. It was exercising the muscles of the eye, though the brain had never learned to see. So I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain, and the physical pain you learn to deal with, you learn to accept it, you learn to deal with it. But the psychological and emotional abuse, that's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. In fact, he's very shy. Not a confrontational person in any way. And when Betty Sue, my mother, would go off on a tangent toward my father, and of course in front of the kids it was no matter to her. He amazingly remained very, very stoic, and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things, he stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. There was never one moment, never a moment when my father lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed were, there were a couple of times when it got too far, that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall and shatter his hand because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her, never argued with her. He remained a gentleman. And to me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? But he didn't, you know. He was able to maintain his calm and his composure. He was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of, I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand, but yeah, 2-3 times at tops, you know.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was not an abusive man. At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue, because if he argued with what she wanted done, that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at school, or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, "John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt." And he wanted to know what it was about, so he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him, I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what Betty Sue, what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me for having gone through with the whipping, you know, with the belt. And I have to say, my mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her, you know.
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left for, I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Your daddy's gone." I said, "Well, yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning." She said, No, he's gone. And she ran into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his rack of clothing and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset. And I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, "Listen, seems as though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet." And he said, yeah. He said, "I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man. You're the man now." And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words. But that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine. And one afternoon I woke up, I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother, very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw. Do you mind? Do you want?
You can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, you know, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there's drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and 2 paramedics came in and threw on the gurney and whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. And she had swallowed a multitude of pills to try to take herself out, to try to commit suicide. And when she got out of the hospital, she was a small firecracker of a woman. She was about 5'2". But when she got out of the hospital, the depression was so deep. She was down to, like, she lived on the couch, and she weighed about 70 pounds. And that, all that imagery spun into my head at that time, that I thought that was in my head at the time, I thought that was a cowardly way for my father to have left. And I was deeply upset by that. Until my father and I had a conversation years later, where I asked him what really happened, how did it happen when I was older, and he told me the story.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel about your father when he left?
I was very disappointed in him, because I started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't, when he said goodbye to me, when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye, goodbye, Bob. And I went, see you later, Pop. That was it. Until I learned the truth from him.
And without getting into what your father told you, how has your impression of your father changed now?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, this is just an understanding of his perception of his family.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children when my girl Vanessa got pregnant. I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing, but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know. But that will clearly, that could kill you. So I would ease them away from things of that nature with a more of a conversation as opposed to a flat out, don't you ever do that again, and threats and things of that nature. I did not raise my children that way. Nor did Vanessa. We never raised our voices in front of our children, ever.
How do you think your experiences with your parents in your childhood affected your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
I'm sorry, one more time.
How did your experiences observing your parents as a child affect your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
Well, in the beginning of my relationship with Miss Heard, there was, from what I recall and what I remember, she was it was as if she was too good to be true. She was attentive, she was loving, she was smart, she was kind, she was funny, she was understanding, and we had many things in common, certain blues music and well, music, literature, things of that nature. So for that year or year and a half, it was amazing. There were a couple of things that, I don't know, stuck in my head that I noticed that I thought might be a little bit of a dilemma at some point. For example, I worked quite a lot, and when I would come home from work, I would come in the house or the hotel, and she would sit me down on the couch and give me a glass of wine and take my boots off, set them to the side, and I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. I just never thought I just never experienced that before. And it became a regular thing that she did, this kind of routine. And I remember one night I came home from work, and I think she was on the phone or something, or busy. She was doing something, and so I sat down on the couch and I took my boots off, and suddenly Miss Hurd approached with this look on her face and she just said, "What did you just do? What did you do?" I said, "What do you mean?" "You took your boots off." I said, "Yeah, yes, I did. You were busy, you know." No, that's my job. That's what I do. You don't do that. I do that." "Okay, all right then." And then she said, "Let me get you a glass of wine." And she brought me the glass of wine. But I did take pause, of course, at the fact that she was visibly shaken or upset that I had broken her rules of routine. I thought that strange. And then once you notice something like that, then you start to notice other little tidbits and things that come out. And then within a year and a half, she had become this another person almost.
Mr. Depp, we're going to talk about Ms. Hurd in a couple minutes, but I'd like to first talk about your career in Hollywood. And so could you please tell the jury how you ended up acting in the first place?
I ended up acting by accident. I was a musician, and I'd moved out to Los Angeles with my band when I was 20 years old. And then there were a couple of things that happened in the band where the band split up, and I remember I was filling out job applications, and then Nick, with a friend of mine who happens to be, he was an actor, less known then than he is now, Nicolas Cage. And I was filling out job applications at any, video stores, clothing stores, anything, just to be able to pay the rent. And Nick Cage said, why don't you meet my agent, because I think you're an actor. I think you could be an actor. And I said, look, I'll meet anybody, I'll do anything at this point. And so he sent me to his agent, Eileen Feldman, and I met with her. She sent me to read for a casting director named Annette Benson, who was casting a film called The Nightmare on Elm Street. they brought me back to read for the director, Wes Craven, and I read for Wes Craven and somehow got the job. But I mean, I was by no means an actor. I didn't have any desire to be an actor. I was a musician. But the fact that these people were going to pay me what I found to be a ludicrous sum of money, which was, it was kind of the SAG minimum. It was $1,284 a week, which I mean, you know, I'd never seen that kind of dough before in my life. And so I suddenly, you know, and then I did some other couple of dumb movies because I still, in my mind, I was a musician, and this was just a way to pay the rent, pay the bills, live. Then suddenly I found myself on that road. I had been placed on that road as an actor, and then one thing led to another from film to film, and then I was cast in a TV series called 21 Jump Street when I was 22, I believe.
Mr. Depp, between the time that you were cast in Nightmare on Elm Street and you were cast in 21 Jump Street, how did you enjoy acting during that time?
It was foreign to me. It was foreign to me, but I didn't have any great ambition to be an actor. I'm a naturally, normally, I've always been quite a shy person. I've always been quite introverted. And so there was a very strange metamorphosis from being one of four, that is to say, one of four in a band where you have this fraternity or this brotherhood, and you're out there fighting the world together to try to get that record deal or whatever you're looking for. And when I got the series, and my life started to change in various ways. That is to say that people started to, you go into a restaurant and you'd see people whispering and pointing and all that. I was very uncomfortable with it. I was very uncomfortable with it, and I didn't like it. Just because I never wanted to be the lead singer and the guy out front and will get all the attention, and I didn't. So suddenly I was on my own, and I was having to deal with this newfound sort of notoriety, and it was odd. It was very odd, and it was. Yeah, it was a very uncomfortable thing. I mean, I don't think it's anything that one can get used to. I'm still not used to it now, and which I'm actually glad that I'm not used to it, because if I were, I don't think I'd be the same person that I am.
Mr. Depp, did there come a time when you became passionate about acting?
Once I realized that that's the road that I was on, and that any attempt at going back to music would be it would have been. I hated the idea that since the television series had come out and I had been exposed as this character or this actor, I had to realize in my own mind and heart that there was no going back to music, because I didn't want to, I didn't want to use whatever amount of success that I had attained from the TV series and that sort of thing. I didn't want to use that to influence, some career in music. I had far too much respect for music than to just become what they wanted me to become, which was a teen idol or a teeny, that sort of thing. I fought that with everything in my being. So once I realized that music was no longer an option, then I began to study at various places. The Loft Studio, which is now long gone. In Los Angeles, I studied with some other teachers, Sandra Seacat. I read all the books that you could read, and all that was great, but you realize that the only way to learn, or the only way to learn how to, it's not act necessarily, the only way to learn how to react and behave, because it's just behavior and it's reaction, was to do it. It's on-the-job training. It's trial by fire. So I did my best to work up my own approach towards a character and such.
And what were a couple of the first few projects that you worked on where you were really able to implement that approach?
I would say that the first film that I had done, that I really took, where I really felt, okay, I've done the work. know what I need to do. I would say that where I considered myself an actor, I suppose, was when Oliver Stone cast me in Platoon in 1986.
How did you come to be cast in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Well, that's many years later, but I had been Disney had offered me a film called Hidalgo, when it was about a man and his horse in the desert and stuff, and I read the screenplay, and I just didn't think it was for me. But I wanted to have a meeting with them because at that point I had a 2-year-old, two and a half year old daughter, and so, or 3, and for 3 years I watched nothing but animated films, cartoons from Tex Avery to Bugs Bunny to that was all I watched with my little girl, and I received the screenplay for Pirates, and it was I somehow in my mind I saw this opportunity, like a way to mesh characters like cartoon characters. For example, Wile E. Coyote gets a boulder dropped on his head and he's completely crushed, but they cut to the next scene and he's just got a little bandage on his head. So I started thinking about the parameters that were available to cartoon characters, and if they were available to cartoon characters, and nobody ever asked a question, whether you were 5 or 95, you didn't ask a question. Oh, Wile E. Coyote, of course he's still alive. So I tried to incorporate these kind of ideas into the character of Captain Jack Sparrow, so that I could try to push those parameters and control the sort of suspension of disbelief, to be able to control the characters' actions, words, movements, and put them in a place where the things that he would do or say were so either ludicrous or mainly something that also something the cartoon characters can get away with things we can't. Captain Jack Sparrow can do things that I could never do. He could say things that I could never say. So it was for me a way to stretch the parameters of a character and take a risk in doing that. But if it panned out, and I felt I was on a pretty good mission. If it panned out, I thought that it might be a character who would be accepted by 5-year-olds and 45-year-olds and 65-year-olds and 85-year-olds, and in the same way that Bugs Bunny is,
You mentioned
believed.
You mentioned that you received the script. When was that?
I'm sorry?
When did you first receive the script for Pirates of the Caribbean?
The first screenplay I received was 2002, I believe. Yeah, 2002.
And what did you think of that script when you received it?
I thought that it had all the kind of hallmarks of of a Disney film, that is to say, a kind of a predictable, predictable three-act structure and the character of Captain Jack was more. He was more like a swashbuckler type that would kind of swing in shirtless and, you know, be the hero. And I had quite different ideas about the character, so I incorporated my notes into character and brought that character to life, much to the chagrin of Disney initially.
Now, when you say you made changes to the character, how did you do that?
Just, you know, in preparation, you know, the very same way that I've ever approached any character. You look for a back history, you base it on, you know, it could be anything, like Edward Scissorhands, for example, I based on a dog that I'd had and newborn babies. My sister had a couple of new babies, and I watched them, you know, and because I thought that Edward would see things from the sort of from a place of innocence and. Not knowing exactly what things meant or were, and also that look of a pure, innocent child when they experience something for the first time. Those were the two main ingredients that I thought would serve the character. And with Captain Jack, again, the cartoons, you know, the Pepe Le Pew, it's like making a soup, you know, it's ingredients, it's just ingredients. There's some Pepe Le Pew in there, there's some Keith Richards in there. There's a bit of a, you know, I figured this is a guy who's been on the sea for the majority of his life. Quite possibly his brains may have been scrambled a bit by the sun. And also I thought that he'd been on the sea for so long that he had his sea legs, but when he got on land, he just didn't have his land legs. So he could never quite stand still.
How did the film ultimately turn out in your view?
I didn't see it. But I believe that the film, well, I mean, the film did pretty well, apparently, and they wanted to keep going, making more, and I was fine to do that, as it was. There's great freedom in being able to. It's not like you become that person, but if you know that character. To the degree that I did, because he was not what the writers wrote, so they really weren't able to write for him. So once you know a character better than the writers, that's when you have to be true to the character and add your words, add the rewrites. I was. Yeah, no, I believed in the character wholeheartedly, and the initially the Disney folks were somewhat upset.
Now, you mentioned that the film was, to your understanding, a great success. How did your life change after the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out?
Though I'd been around for many years already, and people knew who I was and all that. After Pirates 1 came out, there was a completely different. It was a completely different way of life. Was being sort of. You know, my family and I were being plunged into. That is to say, you know. At our house in Los Angeles, you would have people trying to climb the gates to get in to see Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have people trying to bust in the gates dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have and follow you and your family. So that was the moment when. There was no other way but to, we had to hire more security guards, and I was certainly worried for my kids' safety. And so then that's when instead of just the one guy, there became several security people, because I wanted to make sure that my kids were safe when they went to school, or when they went to Disneyland, or when they went to the mall, or whatever. So yes, more security, and then just getting followed, by hordes of paparazzi and things like that. It's I've had worse jobs, certainly. I can't complain about it. But, yeah, after a while you realize that anonymity has left the building a long time ago. Anonymity's gone. And that's an odd thing to deal with. When you you can't just drive down to the diner and get a cup of coffee or something. It's not possible. It turns into something else altogether. So it's, it's acceptance, and of course there's a bit of sacrifice involved. I can't complain about the work that I've been given. I can't complain about any of that. I have no right to. But it does make you have to think very creatively when you've got little kids about how to take them to the park, or to the swings, or to the this or that, or movie, or it becomes a strategic mission, and that's what happened after Pirates.
Now, you mentioned your family. Who did your family consist of at that time?
Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children, who we were together for 14, 15 years. Myself, our daughter Lily Rose, and our boy Jack.
Now, you mentioned hiring more security. Did you already have a security team at the time that Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Yes, because there'd been more films prior to that. I mean, a number of films prior to that. So I was recognized, and I was known. So if you wanted to attempt to have any experience that might be normal, you sort of had to have somebody around to get you out of a squirrely situation should it arise. So I had security prior to that for who would travel with myself and my family. But not like, when I was at work. Back then I didn't have security at work so much, not before Pirates. Pirates was really that was the thing that everything, it all turned around. It all just went weird.
So how did your security team change after Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Well, like I said, with anything, it become more strategic, and you had to have more guys or gals, because if Vanessa, for example, she worked in France quite a lot, and if she was in France, and I was in LA with the kiddies, then and working, security would basically pick my kids up at school or whatever and bring them home. So that became the routine, driving them to school, bringing them home. So yeah, and then if I went somewhere, it just, the security guards kind of multiplied, because you needed to protect your street, your house, your kids. Endless.
So after Pirates of the Caribbean, who has been on your security team?
Jerry Judge was with me for, oh boy, over 20 years. Jerry Judge we've mentioned it before. It was a year or two ago. Jerry would go on film sets with me. He would do reconnaissance missions. That is to say, he would go to a country before we would go there, make sure all the hotel rooms were all taken care of and such. Or when I went on tour with, say, the Hollywood Vampires, which is a band that I played with, he would come on the road with me with another security guard. So there was Jerry Judge, there was Malcolm Connolly, who's been with me for 20 years or more, Leonard Damian, Sean Bett, Travis McGivern, Mark Gibbs, I mean, there are a few.
Are all of these security personnel still with you today?
Jerry has gone on to somewhere else. Jerry passed away from cancer, so Jerry made his exit. But the majority of those, I believe all of those fellows are still with me, yes.
When did Mr. Judge pass away?
I believe it was two years ago, roughly. Maybe a little less than 2 years ago.
Now I'd like to go through a couple of the names that you just mentioned. What is Malcolm Conley's purview in the realm of your security team?
What is his role?
Exactly, yes.
Well, now that Jerry is, Jerry and Malcolm had worked together for a very long time. So I'd met Malcolm through Jerry. After Jerry's passing, Malcolm obviously took over for Jerry, and so he took on extra responsibilities. He would have to make sure that there was someone on the ground wherever we were going that had done their recon, the reconnaissance, and to make sure that everything was set up by the time we got there, and that it would be a straight shot into the hotel without a gaggle of paparazzi. You didn't have to walk through 50 screaming, hollering photographers. So you'd go in through a garage door and through a slippery kitchen, and then you were taken to your room, where you stayed.
When did Malcolm Conley join your team?
Malcolm had joined. Jerry brought him on, so Malcolm has been with me for over 20 years now.
And in those 20 years, how often have you physically been present with Malcolm?
With Malcolm?
Yes.
Endless, countless, all over the world. Everywhere. Los Angeles, Japan, Serbia, films, tour. Malcolm was my, when we were on the Vampires tour in Europe, throughout Europe, and Malcolm was on the bus with me. We lived on the bus together, basically.
How often is Malcolm in LA with you?
It depends if there's or if there was a larger premiere, where where it had to be worked out so that it didn't turn into a chaotic or dangerous event, because sometimes between you and the people there are these barriers, and sometimes the professional photographers or the professional autograph people will surge forward, and in the front rows of behind these barriers, you have little kids and older women and older men, and so when the professionals would surge forward, these people would start getting kind of crushed against this metal deterrent, and that was the most worrisome thing when you're at a premiere and there are thousands and thousands of people there, and I've always called it running the gauntlet. Essentially what it is that people are there to say hi and to support the film or the cast or whatever. So I've always gone out and signed for those people. I've always gone out and signed for all or as many as I possibly could. I mean, to the point of sometimes Jerry Judge would literally pick me up off the ground to make me stop signing and take me away. So, yeah, it was those kind of things. Again, you don't really get used to that, you know. So I forget what the original part of your question was. I got lost in the gauntlet.
I'll move on. What about Sean Bett? How long is?
You want to go ahead and take a break now? Would that be okay for afternoon
That's
break?
fine. That's
Let's go-
fine.
Why don't we go ahead and do that? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please do, we'll take 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you. You stay there for a minute. Thank you. All right. Sir, just a reminder, since you're on the witness stand now, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, and let's come back, I guess we can come back at 3:35. Is that okay for everybody? Okay, we'll take a recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
can have a seat, sir. All right, your next question.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to just briefly go through the security personnel that you just listed out before we took a break. How long has Leonard Damian been with you?
My kids are now 20, 23. Leonard Damian's been with me, I believe, roughly the same time as Mr. Bat, somewhere in the neighborhood of 16, 17 years. I can't be precise, but they were very young. My children were very young when they joined the team, which was really after Pirates was released in 2003, the first.
Now, you mentioned your children. What is Mr. Damian's role with respect to your children's security?
Excuse me?
You mentioned your children.
Yes.
With respect to Leonard Damian. Is his role in connection with your children's security?
Yes, very much so. Leonard, Leonard Damian and Sean Bett for quite a while were both sort of assigned, as it were, to my kids, taking them to school, picking them up from school if Vanessa and I were unable to do it, or even if we were there, we would drive with them to take the kids to school. And over the years, obviously, your children, my children have taken quite a shine to them, and they've become like another set of parents in a way.
And how long has Travis McGivern been with you?
Travis, I believe, a little bit less than that. I believe. I couldn't really speculate. If it's a little less, maybe it's 13 years, or I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that you had to bring on additional security after Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes.
How has the fame associated with that franchise affected your personal relationships?
Again, I would never complain about the repercussions, let's say, or the repercussions of the success of that film. But of course, as I said, there are sacrifices that one has to make. Sacrifices that you're not nearly ready for. Just simply when you when you go to a town, or you go on a press tour or something, and you're staying in a hotel. People stay in hotels all the time. I stay in the hotel. We've found that it's just a lot easier if I stay put in a hotel and not kind of, again, especially if it's with the kids or something, I don't want them to, I've never wanted them to see me as a novelty. I just wanted to be dad, you know. Now, they're well aware of a lot, and they're well aware of pretty much everything. But no, you know, when you get recognized wherever you go, the basic truth is it's pretty simple. People are generally kind and curious, and if they've grown up with you in their living room, from a television series or from various films that they've seen, there's nothing menacing about being recognized. Sometimes there can be. Sometimes people can get weird, but we've found that it's just it's better all around if I stay in my hotel room and don't go out to too many restaurants or anything, because it generally causes a bit of a hubbub. If you go to a restaurant, someone calls the paparazzi, and you go in for a meal, and you come out, and there's 30 guys out there. It can be a little overwhelming. It's not something. I think I said it before. It's not something that it's not something that I've ever gotten used to, and it's something that I hope I never get used to. Because I don't think of myself in those terms. I used to be Johnny, if that makes sense. I used to be Johnny, and then my name, full name, which I honestly find still, it's difficult, it's uncomfortable to say my own name, because when I say it, I hear the commodity, I hear the product. So I went from Johnny to Johnny Depp, and then that name, with that name, Johnny Depp, and some image was cultivated. Certainly not by me, but the media, especially in those days, they must label you. They have to give you a label. And labels are one of the things that I've fought vigorously with regard to my work. I never wanted to be the poster boy. I never wanted to be the. I don't have, I'm not built with that kind of hubris. I don't have that kind of confidence. I can do virtually anything playing a character. I can become the character in my work, and that character may be able to spit out 100 words a minute, but me, myself, Johnny, I cannot. So therein lies the difference,
Mr. Depp, other than acting, what other artistic pursuits do you have that may be a little less known to the general public?
Well, I've remained a musician. I've been a musician. I started playing the guitar when I was 12 years old, and that saved my life, because I locked myself into in my bedroom at the age of 12, listening to records, moving the needle back, and then learning that piece, and then learning it again. So, so much so, I mean, that I don't remember, I have no memory of going through puberty. I was just playing the guitar. I was obsessed with my guitar.
Any other artistic pursuits?
Yeah, I mean, I've always drawn since I was very small, since I was very little, and always enjoyed drawing, and then began to paint, and so there started learning about painting and trying to I suppose different ways of expressing oneself, different ways to release the things that are living in your head, whether they be beautiful memories, whether they be horrific memories, whether they be I have I need to create. It's a need. It's a. Of course, I want to create as well, but I actually need to create because I need to summon whatever it is that I need to summon, to whether that's within a film or a painting or a guitar note. All of those things should come from a place of an organic place, a place of truth. Because if they don't, well, then you're just lying, aren't you? Every bit of truth, a person doesn't have to say anything on film. What's important is what's behind the eyes. And if they do say something, what's important is not necessarily the words that they say. It's very easy to say, I love you, but what brings it into the realm of truth is what's underneath it, what's not being said, the subtext, if you will. So any artistic or creative venture, any film, anything that I do, that's where I'm coming from. That's my approach.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned words, and I think the jury has already seen some words that you've written in text messages.
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about how you write?
Certainly. When I was young, when I was about 12 years old, my elder brother, Danny, walked into my room and ripped the Peter Frampton record off my record player, threw it across the room, and said, "You got to stop listening to this stuff." And he put this record on, and it started, and I'd never heard anything like it. It was called Astral Weeks by Van Morrison. And so I'm a kid, 12 years old. So my brother had turned me on to Van Morrison, then he turned me on to soundtracks like Clockwork Orange or Last Tango in Paris. He turned me on to books by Jack Kerouac. He turned me on to books by Ginsberg, Philip K. Dick. Salinger, the whole, James Joyce, the whole, Hemingway, the whole thing. So I became very interested in vocabulary and the unique voices of these writers. And then I started reading people like Tom Robbins and Hunter S. Thompson, and then ended up becoming very close friends with Hunter Thompson for the last 10, 12 years of his life. And Hunter's writing, of course, because of the amount of time I spent with him, it has influenced my writing greatly. Hunter was known for inventing a thing called gonzo journalism, which is it's the author putting himself in the situation as opposed to writing it from the author's point of view. He writes it with him in it. And there are great embellishments, and embellishments are great sort of ways that he would twist things and express his feelings, and so he became a huge hero, of course, to me, and a great friend. In my texts and in my emails, or sometimes just even in my writing, you take the subject and you try to express it in your own vernacular, and in that, for example, with the text messages that I apologize that everyone's had to experience, I am ashamed of some of the references made. I'm embarrassed that at the time, the heat of the moment, the heat of the pain that I was feeling, went to dark places. There is no, if you're writing, there is no set place that you have to stay in. You can travel. And sometimes pain has to be dealt with humor, and sometimes dark, very dark humor. I grew up watching Monty Python, so yes, it can tend to get into dark humor. It can tend to get words are used that for emphasis, and words are used to express what you're feeling at the time. And it's just like growing up. You learn from those mistakes, you learn from those things, and you move forward, you know? And that's how you start to understand your own vernacular and what's important, you know, what's necessary and what's not necessary. I tend to be quite expressive in my writing, and after after the unfortunate words of Ms. Heard, made their way into my heart and my head. Those are two very opposing things. So you're trying to find the best way to express something to a friend. Sometimes you're exaggerating, something that you've done, just to make it sound, just to make him understand that, I'm on planet question mark here. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm in this situation, and I know that it cannot continue.
Mr. Depp, the jury's heard quite a bit from Ms. Heard's side about your drug and alcohol use, but I'm sure they'd like to hear from you. So could you please just tell them about your history of substance use?
Certainly. Again, this goes back to when I was a young boy. Excuse me. At about the age of, 4 or 5 years old, I can remember vividly my mom telling me to go get her nerve pills, out of her purse that was hanging on the back of the door. So I'd go get the nerve pills, and I'd bring her the nerve pill. She'd take it, and after a few years, you start to notice, you start to think about nerve pills. And then she seemed to calm down after she took those nerve pills. So when I was 11 years old, I wanted to calm down, and I didn't know how to. So I'd bring my mom her nerve pill, I would walk away, and I would take one myself to escape caring so much, feeling so much, to escape the chaotic nature of what we were living through. So that was the beginning when I realized that nerve pills calm the nerves. It's a pretty young age to do that. I can't say that I'm proud of admitting to that, but I have to say that I knew not what else to do. I knew nothing else that I could do. So as we were all growing up, there was always those kids who would say, let's party. Let's go party. I want to party. I've never used the word party in my life. I've never taken any substance for a party. I have taken these substances over the years, on and off, to numb myself of the ghosts, the wraiths that were still with me, and from my youth. So I needed, everything. It was just self-medication. One of those get me out of here moments, and where you want to escape from is your own brain, your own head.
How often have you used substances throughout your life?
Having started with my mother's nerve pills at 11, of course, that's around the age that you're introduced to marijuana. You're introduced to, and also depending on where you're living and who you're associating with, and who's around the neighborhood. I wasn't shy to try a substance to see if the effect of it would maybe even take a bit more of the edge off. So I started at 11, and I even mentioned this in an interview in TV Guide, if anyone remembers TV Guide, in 1989, where I was asked by the journalist why I believed that kids who were watching the show, 21 Jump Street, about police officers in school as undercover cops, but as students, I was asked why these kids or whoever should believe me or trust me or listen to me, and I said, look, I could, because I've experienced it, and I can tell them that there is no future in it, that there's nothing but a kind of a postponing of the inevitable. That one day you're going to have to face those feelings. One day you will meet those, let's call them demons from your youth. So I was straight up, open and honest at that time in a very, TV Guide was was right at the register when you checked out at the grocery store. It was like the most popular thing, and it was a very straight little magazine. But I told them I'd pretty much done all the drugs that I was aware of by the time I was 15 years old, and which was true. Now, that doesn't mean to say that I continued into that, you know, forest of possibilities with regard to substances. I wasn't dropping acid every 5 minutes. I wasn't. There were many years that I. Didn't touch a substance and no drugs. There were many years that I didn't have a drink. So it's, as I said, it's never been for the sort of party effect. It's been for trying to numb the things inside that have that can plague someone's who's experienced trauma. But the characterization of the characterization of my substance, quote unquote, substance abuse that's been delivered by Ms. Heard is grossly embellished, and I'm sorry to say, but a lot of it is just plainly false. I think that it was easy. It was an easy. I think it was an easy target for her to hit, because once you've trusted somebody for a certain amount of years and you've told them all the secrets of your life, that information then, of course, can be used against you, especially if it's taken to a point that is teetering on impossible, and teeters over impossible, in fact, at times. It's so, I am not some maniac who needs to be high or loaded all the time. In fact, in Australia, from before Australia and in Australia, I had been off of alcohol for, I believe it was about 18 months.
Mr. Depp, you've mentioned some periods of sobriety throughout your life. How many would you estimate you've had?
Quite a number. You know, on various films, you see. I suppose, I guess maybe by example, if anyone's, well, if you're familiar with Hunter Thompson's book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which I was lucky enough to make into a film and with Terry Gilliam. The film calls for myself and my attorney to be absolutely blotto out of our heads constantly throughout the film. And most people just assume that, well, they just got wasted and they filmed them. There would have been no way you couldn't act that. You couldn't make that film with two actors who were loaded. There would be no way. And then to the other extreme, Donnie Brasco, a film that I made about an FBI agent. I had to go into a training regime where I had to eat 5 meals a day, drink 5 shakes a day, you know, these protein shakes per day, work out 3 to 4 hours a day because I had to gain 20 to 30 pounds of muscle. There was certainly no abuse of substances then. There's been no abuse of substances on film sets. There have been there's been no moments where I would have been considered out of control. Never. In fact, it's not been mentioned. I'm sure they don't want to mention it, but I remember that because when I was with Ms. Heard and her friends, and we were all drinking wine, and I smoking marijuana. They used to tease me because of what they said was a ludicrous tolerance, because I never appeared loaded or high or any of that. Even if I felt a little spinny, no one would have ever known. You know.
Mr. Depp, is there any substance that you've ever been addicted to?
Yes.
And what is that?
Roxycodone, or Roxycontin, which is it's an opiate. It's I think oxycodone has the opiate and then some pain, like paracetamol or something, and then the Roxys are just the opiate, as far as I remember. And when I was working on Pirates 4, and there was a scene in which I had to grab this large gold and red, you know, stately gilt chair, pick it up and throw it, chuck it out this big giant window. And so I did it, and as I swung around to throw the chair out the window, I felt this immediate electricity from the bottom of my spine down my left leg, and it was like an electricity that burned. So I had obviously it was sciatica, so I had obviously pinched something, done something. So I saw a chiropractor or a kine or whatever. I saw chiropractors, and to no avail. Then I saw a doctor, and the only pain medication that she recommended and prescribed to me was roxicodone. And there was a part of me that was a little bit worried, just in the sense that I know I've witnessed friends and people over the years who have who've had problems with heroin, you know, and I didn't want to get bit by that snake, and I started taking the Roxys, and I was bit by the snake, and then before you know it, that monkey is on your back to stay. And it's not like you take those pills to get high. You take them to, once the addiction has grabbed hold of you, you're not taking those pills to get high. You're taking those pills to get well, or to get better. Because if you're without the pill, your body will start to go into various you'll withdrawals, and so I was on the Roxys for a number of years, 4 or 5 years, I think, maybe more. I don't know, but the key was that if you take 2, you will be what they call on the knot. You will be that. You will just drop into sleep. Yes, I didn't like being dependent on these pills. I didn't like being dependent on a drug that you'd take only so you wouldn't get withdrawals. That's what it becomes. It's like a junkie. The reason why so many, well, now there's a huge fentanyl problem, but the reason why junkies generally, why they end up overdosing, is because they're looking for the first high again. And you don't get that. You don't get your first high again. So what do? You up the stakes, and you put more, you take more. And that's what makes that's what makes things go dark for them, because they overestimated the amount that their body could tolerate, and they go blue and they die. So, yeah, didn't want that.
Mr. Depp, do you have an estimate as to what year you started taking the opiates that you just described?
When 2000, or excuse me, it was Pirates. Bless you. 4, I believe. Pirates 4. No, it was Pirates 4. Rob Marshall directed it. I don't know what year that was. Maybe. I actually don't. I have no idea what year that was.
Was it before you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Yes. I believe so.
And you didn't and you detoxed from those opiates during your relationship with Miss Heard, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, so of course, yes. So they must have, yeah, they did come around prior to my meeting Miss Heard.
After you detoxed from the opiates, have you ever taken any opiates ever again?
No, I can't. That's no. Once you've been bit, you'll be bit again. So no, even with my finger, I think that there was like Motrin 800, but no opiates. No, I have not taken an opiate since, and I won't unless I plan on going through the hell of the pure horror of detoxing, of coming off those drugs. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to now turn to your relationship with Miss Heard. Can you please tell the jury how you met Miss Heard?
2000, in around 2008, Hunter Thompson and I were going through some of his manuscripts, of his books that have been published, and then I found this manuscript in one of his boxes, and it was called The Rum Diary, and I had heard about it, and I knew it was what they called his long-lost novel, in fact, the only novel he ever wrote. And I showed it to him, and Hunter was shocked. Oh my God, that's where it is, you know. And so he said, read me some. So I started reading this to him, and he said, this is a movie, you know. We must produce this together. And, you know, he got all excited about the idea of doing that. So we went right into it. And we started to set up meetings to get money, financing to develop the project. And we finally ended up getting the money to develop the project and to make the film. Hunter, from his own dilemmas in his life, committed suicide, but having had long talks with him, I knew every angle of the book, but I knew every angle of the film that he wanted, which was going to be a bit different than the book. And Bruce Robinson, who was a great writer-director, directed a film called With Nail and I and How to Get Ahead in Advertising, was the one director that Hunter and I talked about. And so I went to Bruce, who was a friend of mine, and I ripped him out of retirement because he never wanted to direct another film again. I pulled him out of retirement after 27 years, and he agreed to write the screenplay and direct the film. And we proceeded. During the auditioning process, Bruce was, before that, Hunter had very specific ideas of what these characters should be. Bruce had been auditioning girls or women for the role of Chenault in the film, and there were this sort of the starlets that were up and coming, or there were some that were well known and things of that nature. But you know, one of the things that Hunter was very against was stunt casting. That is to say, put a bunch of very famous people in a movie and let them go, and then hope for the money in the end. So Bruce had asked me. He said he had been auditioning this one particular actress named Amber Heard. He said that he'd auditioned her 5 times, and he was he wasn't sure about her capabilities as an actress with regard to the film and the character and taking direction and that sort of thing. So he asked me if I would read with her for the film, and I had already met a number of actresses and things. And so what I said to Mr. Robinson is, I said, Bruce, I don't. If you've auditioned her 5 times, you've seen the best and the worst, I suppose. So me putting her, this girl in an uncomfortable situation, you know, saying, hey, all right, let's read this, I think it's a far better idea that we just meet so that I can see how she behaves, see how she reacts, because that's really all it is, reaction, behavior, and you don't have to push anything else, you know. So they made an appointment. She came to my office. I took one look at her and I thought, yeah, that's the Chenault that Hunter wants. That's the one. I thought, yeah, she could definitely kill me. That's what Hunter wants. And so we spoke, and she was sweet as pie, pleasant, again, you know, intelligent, literate, very good taste. And I felt like if she, what I felt and what I told Bruce was, look, when you put someone in a situation that they're obviously going to feel under pressure, it's not the best way to really know what they're capable of. And I made suggestions such as, and which I ended up making to Ms. Heard. I made suggestions of films that might give her some insight into what we were looking for in terms of the film. Which is to say, I gave her films like To Have and Have Not, and things of that nature, because I wanted to. There was something very important that I felt she needed to know about stillness, as opposed to, you know, going broad or acting a little too much. So I felt like I could be a bit of a traffic cop in that sense, so that, because if we could connect, then it could work, as long as there was truth in her eyes, and as long as there was truth coming out of her dialogue, you know, then it's all in the editing. So I felt that I could help her with that idea of stillness, and so that's when I first met Miss Heard.
How would you describe your interactions with Ms. Heard when you worked together on the Rum Diary?
Initially, well, yeah, no, mostly very few interactions. I remember there was a time, I wasn't working that day, but I was producing, you know, one of the producers of the film, and it was a scene from the book it was a scene where Ms. Heard's character was in a nightclub and were amongst the locals, and she's very drunk and everybody's very drunk, and she ends up dancing with a few of the local, like one of the local guys and stuff, and then the other local guys start to sort of close in on her. In the book and in the screenplay, as it was written, there was a requirement for nudity for the part, and I was on set the day that they were shooting that, and as I was watching the crowd coming in on her, I realized, you know what? Because I would check on Ms. Heard and say, "Are you all right? Are you sure you're okay? Because this is, you know," she was like, "No, I'm fine, fine, fine." But I realized that with the crowd surging in towards her, that we we wouldn't have to do the nudity. Because if she took her shirt off and she had a red bra on and a skirt, then if she had a red bra in her hand, when the crowd surged in on her, all she had to do was lift the red bra up out of the crowd, and there's no nudity, but it's certainly implied, because then she disappears the character disappears for a few days, and she's quite a wreck when she comes back because bad things have happened to her. So I remember telling Ms. Hurd, hey, you don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to, everything's cool. And she was appreciative. But other than that, we didn't really have much interaction until there was a scene where I'm taking a shower, and then she comes into the room and she opens the shower, and we kiss. And that moment was it felt like something. It felt like something that I shouldn't be feeling, because she had her wife, and even though it was a scene, and she had her wife, and I had Vanessa and kiddies, and yeah.
When would you say your romantic relationship with Miss Hurd actually began, if not in that moment?
Well, I think there was something in the kiss in the shower that was very life, and my, for lack of a, well, my wife, we weren't married, but she was, of course, my wife, Vanessa. We had some not so great situations, you know. She was stuck in America. She wanted to go back to France. She wanted to have her life back. She's a well-known singer there. And that's not long out there. Right around then is when Miss Heard and I started to see each other here and there, occasionally.
Between the end of the filming of The Rum Diary and the press junket, did you and Miss Heard communicate at any time in between?
I don't remember. I remember that there was a white dress that she really was infatuated with. That she really loved this dress that she wore in the film, and so I went to Colleen Atwood, the costume designer, and to Bruce, and I said, "Do you think we can snag this white dress and send it to Amber, you know, after she'd wrapped, because she loved the thing." I remember talking to her, I think, then, but briefly.
What did you like about Miss Heard when you first started your romantic relationship?
She seemed to be the she seemed to be the perfect partner, in a sense, in my head, for me, because she, as I said, she seemed to be very knowledgeable about old obscure blues music that I listened to and really liked. She was literate. She was sweet, funny, nice, all those things, you know. And she was, and from the beginning of our relationship at that time, for a good year and a half, she was wonderful. And then things just started to change, or things started to reveal themselves. That's, I think, is a better way to put it.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that Miss Heard would take off your boots when you would get home from work. What other types of behaviors did you observe in Miss Heard early in the relationship?
Little things that you would kind of, it would just, you'd question in the back of your mind, you know, if she wanted to go to bed, I'd say, "Oh, well, I can't sleep, you know, right now." And rather than go and just lay in a bed and stare at the ceiling, I would say, I'll just watch, I'll be out here watching TV or hanging out. And that was just not acceptable. Just not acceptable. It would stir up some rather unusual reactions from her. I didn't understand why I, as a 50-something-year-old man, was not allowed to go to sleep when I wanted to, as opposed to when she wanted to. It started out with little things like that. And again, they just, they eventually, I suppose like anything, if they're allowed to continue, then they are allowed to grow. They're allowed to blossom into whatever they're going to become.
What were you and Miss Heard's nicknames for each other?
I called her Slim.
Why is that?
I called her Slim because of the film that I had given her to watch, like in terms of stillness, was Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart. And I called her Slim, and she called me Steve, which was Lauren Bacall's and Humphrey Bogart's nicknames for each other in the film. That was their names in the film. And it wasn't lost on me the fact that there was an age difference, and that my God, when Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, that's when they met on that film. He was 45 years old and she was 19, and they stayed together until, well, for many years, until Bogart passed away. So, yeah, there was a kind of a joke, not joke, but just, yeah, I acknowledge the fact that I was the old craggy bogey and she was this beautiful creature, just this stunning creature.
When did you first meet Miss Heard's parents?
I first met Miss Heard's parents when they had come out to Los Angeles, I believe, and yeah, and I feel like that I met them. I think they came to my place, to my studio, and they were two completely opposite ends of the spectrum people. Paige was she was an angel. She was an angel, and I loved her very much. I loved her instantly, and we had a very good relationship. Her father, David, was the opposite end of that. He was this outrageous kind of, almost like a cartoon cowboy, you know. And he was, the initial thought, I mean, my initial kind of definition for David would have been rascally, like a rascal, you know. But I loved, I mean, I grew to love them both very much, as well as her sister Whitney. And yes, it felt like I had been welcomed into some sort of family. I had been accepted into this family, and those relationships stayed solid until just a bit after we'd separated.
How often did you spend time with Miss Heard's parents during your relationship with Miss Heard?
Quite a lot. Whether I used to have a boat, and we would take her parents, her family, and we'd go sail the boat and drop anchor at the island, and we would spend a week, 2 weeks, whatever, on the boat on the island. Also, they would come to Los Angeles quite a bit. We also would go to Austin here and there to see them, visit them. Every year we would, on their anniversary, I had a friend of mine who had a restaurant in Austin, like a very good restaurant in Austin, and I'd call him up and basically set it up so that every year on their anniversary they could just go there, and they'd be taken care of, and there would be no bill, so they could just celebrate. And I think one of the things we did was, yes, we would try to order them car so that they could drink. I was very fond of them, very fond of them.
Now, you mentioned Miss Heard's sister, Whitney. When did you first meet Whitney?
I don't remember exactly when I met Whitney the first time, but I felt when I first met Whitney, there was something in what I saw of Whitney that was much less confident than Amber, much more revealing of insecurities.
Objection, Your Honor, just foundation. What he
All right.
saw in Whitney.
I think if you could answer the question.
Okay.
You want to ask the question again? That's fine.
We can move on.
Okay, that's fine.
How would you describe your relationship with Whitney?
Great. I mean, fantastic. I called her sis. I loved her, I had always felt something. I'd always felt like Whitney had missed out on something.
Same objection.
All right.
We can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Where was Whitney living when you and Miss Heard first started your relationship?
She was living with her then boyfriend, Sean Krajewski.
Was this in the same? Where was Miss Heard living when you first started your relationship?
Miss Heard had informed me that she just moved to a new place on Orange Avenue.
What city is that in?
Los Angeles, sorry, yeah.
And was Whitney also living in Los Angeles?
Whitney was living in Los Angeles, yes, with Sean Krajewski, and yeah.
So how often would you see Whitney when you and Miss Heard were in a relationship?
Oh, a lot. Whitney would come over all the time with her boyfriend for dinners and such. Miss Heard always liked having people over, for dinner parties and social kind of events at her place.
Have you ever done any drugs with Whitney?
Yes,
How often would you do that?
with Whitney.
Yes, with Whitney.
Maybe three times, maybe twice, 3 times.
Did there come a time when Whitney moved into the penthouses that you owned at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I do remember that it was after Rocky Pennington and yes, I believe Josh Drew was there already as well. Whitney, I can't remember why she needed a place, but she needed a place, so we gave her penthouse 4 to live in.
And how long did she live there for?
Oh boy, on and off for, I suppose, a couple of years.
And how much rent did you charge her?
Nothing.
Now, you said you did drugs a couple times with Whitney. What drugs were you doing with Whitney?
Whitney and I had done a line or 2 of cocaine together.
When did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah. Immediately. I was introduced to the whole gang, you know. Rocky, Io, Brittany Eustace, Whitney, certainly. Who else? That's all that comes to mind at the moment.
No, you mentioned Rocky. Who is that specifically?
Raquel Pennington. It was Miss Heard's good friend from youth, I suppose.
And I think you mentioned Brittany Eustace as well. Who is that?
Brittany Eustace was just one of the gals, you know. She was one of the gals, and she was quite bubbly and funny and real sweet girl, southern girl. I haven't seen her in. I think that something went sideways between Brittany Eustace and the girls because she suddenly just disappeared from the group.
And when was that?
We were probably a year and a half, or maybe 2 years into the relationship, 3 years maybe.
And I believe you mentioned someone named Io. Who is that?
Io Tillett Wright was a friend of Ms. Heard's from New York City, who was who had identified as she was born a female, if that's the right terminology these days, born a female, but she was she had chosen at a very young age she had decided that she was a male, and she identified as a male. And Io seemed to be, again, she was very intelligent, very literate, kind of a go-get-em kind of activist type. And she was writing a book, I remember. She was writing a book, Io, or he was writing a book, rather. And I had a house on one of my, on Sweetser, one of the houses there was empty. And it was in fact a house that I'd set up to write in. And when she had no place to stay or go, whatever, I called her over and I showed her the house, you know, where the desk was and all the things. And so I said, write your book, you know, write your book here. So she did.
Did Io end up living in that house or just working there?
No, Io ended up, no, she ended up living in the house for somewhere in the neighborhood of a year, I guess. Somewhere about a year.
And how much rent did you charge to Io?
Nothing.
And did there also come a time when Rocky moved into the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
Rocky moved into penthouse 2.
And do you recall when that was?
Oh no, penthouse 1. Sorry, penthouse 1. That was not long after Ms. Heard and I started to begin to dress that place up as our residence. So it wasn't very long after that at all that Rocky came. I had already had my friend Isaac, who you've met, Isaac Baruch, the painter. I had already given him penthouse 2 to stay in and live in and paint in, because he'd just come back from Florida, and his mom had passed away, and I think he had about $3 in his pocket. So I gave him the penthouse and asked him if he had enough paint, and so he lived there.
Why did Rocky move into the penthouses?
Objection, foundation.
I'll overrule foundation.
And hearsay. The question potentially calls for hearsay.
I'll overrule that for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Depp.
Why did, sorry, what was it again?
Why did Rocky end up moving into the penthouses?
Well, she ended up moving into the penthouses. I don't recall. I believe it was something to do with just not having a place. And Amber had asked if I would be okay with, you know, Rocky moving in. And I said, of course. The penthouse is empty. I wasn't in the, I wasn't going to be renting them out necessarily anyway. You know, they were for friends to come and stay. Penthouse 4, in fact, was initially planned out for my sister Christy to have an escape from her 3,000 grandchildren and the amount of workload that she had taken on at the company.
How long did Miss Pennington end up staying in the penthouses?
Longer than I did.
And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
Nothing.
Did anyone live with Miss Pennington in the penthouses?
Yes, her fiance or boyfriend and fiance Josh Drew. And then at a certain point, I learned that there was another female living there. Who I wasn't sure who that was. I didn't know who that was. It was because there were 2 bedrooms, and so she had invited a friend to move in. But I met that person very briefly a while after they'd already been living there.
Are you at a good
Yeah,
breaking point?
I think
just wanna
this is
make
a
sure.
good
Okay,
stopping point.
That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 10 a.m., all right? Thank you. You're excused for the day. Thank you. All right. And again, sir, since you're in the middle of your testimony, did not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys this evening, okay? All right, you can stand down if you'd like. Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other matters for this evening? Sure, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please, take a seat if you have one. I once, several years ago, said, everybody take a seat. It was in the evening. There were about 2,000 people out in a football field, and it was toward the end of a campaign. I said, have a seat. And they all looked at me like, we're standing, all of them. I couldn't see, but anyway, thank you very, very much. Look, it's great to be here in Portsmouth with your Senator, Maggie Hassan, who's been one of my friends for a long, long time, and to talk about investments we're making to modernize this port and create jobs and bring down the cost for families in the region of everyday life. Maggie was a key player in the infrastructure law, and it's making a difference here in New Hampshire, and I might add, around the country. She made the case for high-speed internet everywhere in New Hampshire, and, protecting New Hampshire's coastlines from rising sea levels and extreme storms, and for the investments in New Hampshire's roads and bridges, ports, and waterways. And Representative Chris Pappas, thank you for a passport into your district. Chris, where are you? There's Chris over here. Well, thanks for the passport, old buddy, into the district. I appreciate it. And he's a member of the committee that got this bill across the finish line. Getting big ideas in an actual bill is hard work, requiring getting into the real nitty-gritty details and without losing the big picture. I agree. I agree completely. By the way, kids are allowed to do anything they want when I speak, at all, so don't worry about it. And but Chris, thank you for all the work you did, and you did a hell of a lot of work to get this done. And always making the economic case for how clean water, access to the internet, rebuilding a bridge, investing in this port matters to your lives, the lives of your families, and quite frankly, to the entire region. And Representative Annie Custer, an old good friend of mine, it's good to see you as well, Annie. Thank you for everything. Annie and I have talked a lot about what we need to do to support New Hampshire's parents and give them just a little bit of breathing room, because sometimes things get tight. And even though she can't be here, I also wanted to recognize Jeannie Shaheen, who is well represented today by her husband, Billy, and the family. Billy, where are you? If I can only have one guy in the foxhole with me, I pick Billy. Good to see you, Billy. And I want to thank, and she's sitting next to us. She doesn't hold any office, but a really good friend of mine. Her mom used to be a significant political figure up here. It's great to see you, kiddo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I also want to thank Chris and Maggie and Jean and Annie for all they did to prove that America can do big things when we work together. You know, we can build a better America. We're the only country in the world, I believe, that has come out of every crisis we faced stronger than when we went in. Literally stronger than we went in. That's the history of the journey of this country. And this port is a perfect example. A lot of important things come into these terminals, and particularly this one. From salt to de-ice roads, to 85% of the home heating oil used in this state. And a lot of important things go out of this port as well, like the massive reactor assemblies for nuclear power plants that are manufactured by Westinghouse Electric here in New Hampshire. Recently, this port has been an important link to more construction equipment and materials for a $2.3 billion project that I've authorized in Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. $2.3 billion, but it wouldn't happen without you all and what you've done. Now, I know they say the port's in Maine, but I've always thought it was New Hampshire. But that's what Billy taught me. And where the Navy's nuclear-powered attack submarines are built as well and are stationed. Look, all in, this port supports over 2,300 jobs. 2,300 jobs, adds $275 million to this region's economy. And that's not even counting the more than 6,000 civilian contractors and jobs here over at the Navy Yard. Jobs in Maine, New Hampshire, and all around the region. But this port has even more potential than that. Until recently, the area in the harbor called the Turning Basin was only 800 feet long, and often meant that pilots had to turn around a 765-foot ship in 800 feet. I call that tough parallel parking, man. But seriously. And it meant that, you know, to be safe, some of the ships could only come in or sail out on high tide. They could only sail at night, or when they couldn't sail when there was too much wind. They couldn't, and because they get knocked off course. And here's why it matters. When you keep a ship in dock after the cargo has been delivered, it can cost $90,000 a day when that ship is in port. And those costs get passed on to you, consumers, whatever it happens to be. It also has been a problem for decades. But with an $18 million investment from the Army Corps of Engineers and the help of Maggie and Chris, the port and union labor, we widened that turning basin to 1,200 feet. We got it done. Now, It's easier, faster, and cheaper and safer for ships to get in and out. And the port can welcome larger ships, more cargo, like the massive towers and hubs needed for offshore wind farms. Look, we've also announced an additional $1.7 million investment into dredge, another tricky part of a shipping channel where the sands build up. Without that dredging project, the port might need more restrictions on what ships can and can't pass through this harbor. Instead of turning away business, we're sending a message. This port is open for business and will be for a long time. And we're sending the same message with our investments in roads and bridges here in New Hampshire. Back in November, Maggie, Chris, and Annie were with me when I visited PEMI, the PEMI Bridge in Woodstock, a couple of hours just northwest of here. The bridge opened in 1939. Not a big bridge, but it solved big problems. Local businesses depended on it. School buses cross it every day. Without the bridge, the trucks on the other side of the river would have to take a 10-mile detour to get around to the other side of the river. Folks, when fires and emergencies, every single mile matters and counts how long it takes to get there. Right now, there are nearly 200 bridges deemed deficient in New Hampshire alone. There's about 315 such bridges in Maine. And many of these are less trafficked bridges that are essential to small towns and rural areas for farmers and small businesses. Let me give you an example. I was just in Pittsburgh not long ago, I guess a little over a month ago. And I got there the morning that one of its bridges collapsed. The bridge was built in 1939, if I'm not mistaken, and had been put on a list of being dangerous. It was about a 12-story drop from the middle of that bridge down to a small creek, and it was a ravine that covered about 300 yards. Had it not been a snow day before, there would have been a lot of school buses on that bridge. A lot of kids would have been killed. I'm not joking. You probably saw it on the front page of every paper in America. Well, guess what? It's happening all over the country. Fortunately, it didn't happen there. Fortunately, there was no one on the bridge. There were 4 vehicles. No one got killed. And, you know, when I was doing the Recovery Act in our last administration, Obama-Biden, I was in in Pennsylvania, in western Pennsylvania, a small town. And in the process, I looked at a bridge, and their fire department was on one side of the bridge, and literally from here to that holding tank outside here was the other side. There was a shopping center and a school. Well, guess what? There's fire. You couldn't get across the bridge. You had to go 10 miles to get around, go up over the bridge that could work, and get back down. People dying in that 10 miles of a fire truck getting there in the middle of a fire. This matters. So we're making historic investments in fixing these bridges. This year alone, we're delivering $45 million to fix your bridges here in New Hampshire. This year alone. You know, the last fellow had this job kept talking about infrastructure week for 4 years. Well, we not only took the infrastructure, we have an infrastructure decade. This is going on. It's $1.2 billion. You know, we used to have the finest infrastructure in the world. We now rank number 13 in the quality of our infrastructure. China's ahead of us. So many other countries have moved. Folks, this matters. It matters to our safety, our security, our health, and a whole range of other. Not only that, about 700 miles of highway in New Hampshire are in poor condition. It's estimated that the driving on those roads, those 700 miles, roughly 700 miles, that need repairs cost New Hampshire drivers at least an average of $476 a year extra in gas and repairs and longer commute times. That's a $476 hidden tax on New Hampshire drivers. Look, thanks to the infrastructure law, we're making the most significant investment in modernizing our roads and bridges since the interstate highway system was built with Eisenhower. We're also going to start to replace the 100%, all 100% of lead water pipes and service lines going into our homes and our schools. There are 10 million homes and 400,000 schools and preschools and daycare centers that have lead water pipes bringing the water in. Many of that causes mental illness, brain damage. It's really important. We're also going to address what they call PFAS. It's a dangerous forever chemicals that are a threat to drinking water here in New Hampshire and other states, something that Senator Shaheen has championed. Look, every American, every child should be able to turn on a faucet, drink clean water, which will also create thousands of good-paying jobs for plumbers, pipe fitters, and the folks digging those channels. And by the way, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, New Hampshire has already seen $150 million being put into drinking water, wastewater, and storm sewer projects in this state as I speak. Maggie and Chris and Annie, we share a core belief. High-speed internet is essential to success in the 21st century. But even today, 1 in every 10 people in New Hampshire, 1 in 10 households, don't have high-speed internet. That's a lot of places where there's no broadband or infrastructure at all in New Hampshire. It's not just New Hampshire families, but for New Hampshire businesses as well. This law is going to make high-speed internet affordable and available everywhere in New Hampshire, Maine, and the region, urban, suburban, rural. It's going to create jobs. Thousands of union technicians going to be laying down these. Broadband lines. And never again should a parent have to sit in their car in a McDonald's parking lot, literally, so that their child can get access to high-speed internet to do their homework over the internet, literally. Folks, look, the law also builds up our resilience to extreme weather. 15 years ago this week, this state experienced a second 100-year flood in a space of 11 months. Cars submerged, thousands of evacuations, people lost everything they owned twice. Our infrastructure law upgrades stormwater management systems, builds new transmission lines and towers so fewer will be flooded out in their homes or lose power in days and weeks because of these storms. There's so much more in this law. I'm not going to bore you with the rest of it, but it's significant. Look, we've made a lot of progress, and we have an incredible opportunity ahead of us. But we know what families are still struggling with higher prices. I grew up in a family where the price of gasoline went up at the pump. It was a discussion at the kitchen table because my dad, who was a good man, made a decent living, but it was always on the margins. Everything mattered. So let's be absolutely clear about why we have such high prices now. There are two reasons. First was COVID. The way the global economy works, if a factory in Vietnam makes computer chips and shuts down in Vietnam because of a COVID outbreak, it causes a ripple effect to slow down manufacturing in Detroit, where they need those semiconductors to build the automobiles. So because of the pandemic, we had disruptions in our supply of important materials. So prices went up. As I said, just look at automobiles. Last year alone, they accounted for 1/3 of all the inflation in America because the price went up because so fewer are being made. Automobile companies couldn't get the computer chips, and the price of automobiles skyrocketed. So I'm calling on Congress to pass the bipartisan innovation bill to make more of these chips here at home and speed the supply. Intel came to see me, the chairman of the board of Intel. He said, I want to be able to invest $20 billion to build the computer chips factories in just west of Cleveland. If, in fact, we get this other piece of legislation, which is passed one house and not the other, he's going to invest another $100 billion. $100 billion. You know what the average job, there's over 7,000 construction jobs and 3,800 full-time jobs. Average salary of the full-time jobs, and many of them are blue-collar jobs, are $126,000 a year. Things are changing. And the second big reason for inflation is Vladimir Putin. Not a joke. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. Two major bread baskets of wheat in the world were Ukraine and Russia. The United States is number 3, and Canada number 4. Well, we saw the most recent inflation data. Last month, about 70% of the increase in inflation was a consequence of Putin's price hike because of the impact on gas and energy prices. I'm doing everything I can to bring down the price to address Putin's price hike. That's why I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And I know the press is always asking me, with good reason, why I'm always on the phone talking with other world leaders, trying to keep them organized. Well, one of the things I did, went out and got a lot of other countries to agree they would release petroleum from their SPRO reserves. So we work with the U.S. oil producers to ramp up the production. And we coordinated this release with our partners, allies around the world. And shortly after I made the announcement, another 30 countries agreed to 60 million additional barrels a day on the market. So now we have 240 million barrels a day for the next 6 months. That's the largest collective reserve release in history. Nations coming together to help deny Putin the ability to weaponize energy resources against American families and families in Europe and around the world. But there's more that need to be done. And Americans should already be seeing the savings. Although it's only gone down about 18 cents, the savings are starting. Beyond gas prices, I've called on Congress to move immediately to lower the cost of family utility bills, prescription drug bills, and more, while lowering the deficit and reducing inflation. That would make a big difference for families. We can do a lot of these things without raising a single penny on taxes of anyone making less than $400,000 a year. Nobody making less than $400,000 will see a single penny in their taxes raised. It's the best way Congress can address inflation right now. And folks, look, the fact is that we are in a situation where the war in Ukraine is going to continue to take its toll on the world economy. It's going to take its toll on energy, and it's going to take its toll relative to food. When I was running for office, you heard it 1,000 times from me, that we're going to build an economy around you. I'm so tired of trickle-down economics. I never found that trickled down on top of my head very much. I was listed, had the great pleasure of being listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years. I still had making a hell of a lot more money than anybody else because I was getting a senator's salary. No kidding. I didn't think you should make money while you're in office. But at any rate, the point of it is this. An awful lot of people are hurting. It makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. the cost of a dozen eggs, the cost of a gallon of gasoline. It matters. It matters. So I concluded when I ran this last time that we're going to build this economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Because when that happens, everybody does well. The wealthy do very well, and the poor have a ladder up, and the middle class has a little bit of breathing room. I grew up in a household where we lived in a split-level home, 3 bedrooms, 4 kids, mom and dad, and a grandpa would live with us. And I remember one night, the walls were kind of thin. My dad was restless. Next morning when he went to work, I asked Mom what was the problem. She said, he just noticed his company just said no more, not going to cover health insurance anymore. It matters. These things matter to people. They matter to ordinary people. We can, in fact, provide for anyone who has type 1 diabetes or a child of 200,000 kids who have it. They need that insulin every single day. Average cost is $647 a month, sometimes as low as $90 and as high as $1,000, depending where you are. Now, how much it costs to make one of those vials of insulin? $10 dollars. Not a single change has been made in that insulin since it was first discovered. And so we can set that price at maximum of $35. They still make a significant profit. And what in God's name are we doing? Look, I'm a capitalist. I think people should be able to go out and make millions of dollars, even $1 billion if you can make it. But at least pay your fair share. Pay something. Pay something. By the way, I'm being deadly earnest. It's just, I come from the corporate capital of the world, Delaware. More corporations are incorporated in the state of Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. And I survived winning 7 Senate elections in that state. But here's the deal. The fact is, folks, that, there are 50 of the top 500 corporations in America last year that made a total of $40 billion in profit. They didn't pay one single penny. Not one. The average percent that billionaires pay of the 790 of them is about 3.8%. Just pay your fair share. We can do all these things. And by the way, one last thing. The budget I submitted, my first budget, it passed and became law. It cut the federal deficit by $350 billion. We cut the deficit $350 billion. And the budget I propose this year, if it comes to total fruition, will cut the deficit by $1.3 billion. So my Republican friends start talking about big spenders and the reason why there's inflation. Take a look. Take a look. We've cut the deficit drastically. So look, we're making progress. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery so far has created 7.9 million new jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months than any president ever. Over 420,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment rate is at 3.6%, down from 6.4%. In the state of New Hampshire, you're down from, I think it's 4.2% to 3.2%. Folks, in Maine, you've added 28,000 jobs and unemployment has dropped from 4.4 to 3.6. New Hampshire, 26,000 new jobs, dropped from 4.2, I misspoke, to 2.5%. Last year, as I said, we cut the deficit by more than $350 billion. This year, we're on track for 1.3 trillion cuts. And look, that'd be the largest debt reduction in American history. And it's particularly important now we ask ourselves, how are we going to reduce pressure on inflation? Maine, New Hampshire, America have gone on the mend. They're not on the mend any longer. They're on the move. And we're coming at our challenges from a position of strength. But I'm more optimistic about America today than I've ever been in my whole career, because I see the future that's within our grasp. We can't be afraid, though. We're the only nation on earth, as I said, that's always turned every single solitary crisis we've had into an opportunity. That's exactly what we're going to do today if we do it together. It's about being together, the United States of America. When we do that, there's not a single thing we can't do. Well, God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Spanish contributions to NATO's eastern flank and Spanish security assistance that's been provided to Ukraine. He also noted that Allied support is making a difference in terms of the battlefield progress for the Ukrainians and who continue to fight courageously to defend their country. And of course, the leaders agreed to stay in touch, and we'll have a fuller readout later. I also want to note, scheduling-wise, the Secretary will be welcoming his Polish counterpart here at the building tomorrow for a bilateral meeting, of course, focused on Ukraine, and then again on Thursday with his Czech counterpart here in the building for another bilat discussion, again, focused very much so not only on our relationships with these individual countries, but of course what's going on in Ukraine, and obviously we'll provide you readout information of those. Okay, with that, we'll go to questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. I just wonder if you could give any update on the status of the plans for training in Europe for Ukrainians on the howitzers and radars and some of the other items from this latest package. And also, I know you're just getting started on that latest package, but is there room, in Secretary Austin's mind, is there room to expand even further the kinds of assistance that can be given to Ukraine that would be suitable for this new offensive that the Russians are conducting in the Donbass?
So a couple of thoughts there. I don't have any updates for you on the training, on the howitzer training. There is a plan in place, and we're beginning to execute that plan to get that training done. Again, it'll be for a fairly limited amount of Ukrainian trainers that will then go in and train their colleagues. It'll be outside the country, but right now we're just not in a position where we can sort of detail a lot of this. But the plan's in place, and we expect to be able to get that training accomplished very, very soon, in a matter of days. And again, I think we'll be able to have more to talk about a little bit later in the week on that. And as for what's in the drawdown package, I think, you saw we detailed all the items that are going into that, and we're focused right now on sourcing those items. On the howitzer specifically, I think that you'll see them move very, very soon. I don't have any shipments to speak to today, but I think you'll see them move very, very soon, as well as the ammunition that goes with them. And as I think I said yesterday, we've definitely sourced the 18. We know where they're coming from. It's really just a matter now of getting them packaged up and getting them on the way. They'll be coming from the United States, and again, I think it's really very, very soon, matter of days here. Same for the ammunition. We believe we'll be able to pull virtually all of that out of pre-positioned stocks that are already in Europe. So it won't take very long to get the artillery rounds where they need to go. And as for the other systems, I don't have any specific training scenarios to speak to with respect to the two radars, the two portable radar systems that we are providing Ukraine. Again, we don't believe that in those cases that there's going to be anywhere near an onerous training process for that. These are counter-artillery radar and a portable air defense radar system, the Sentinel, which you tow behind a vehicle. It's not equipment that the Ukrainians intrinsically know how to use, but we don't believe it's going to take very long to get them the proper familiarization. I just don't have any plans on that to talk about.
My other question was about whether you're considering a wider array of weaponry or other kinds of support beyond this.
For this package that we're working on now, we're working on the systems we already announced that are part of that. And to answer your question, they are exactly the kinds of systems the Ukrainians have been asking for, and they are tailored and designed, the things that we're giving them, tailored and designed for the fight that we know they're in now in the Donbass and will be in coming days and weeks. So, I mean, artillery, the radar systems, the coastal defense unmanned systems that we're talking about, as well as, again, continued deliveries of small arms and ammunition, which I know doesn't get the attention of everybody, but it is still a vital contribution in terms of the security assistance packages we've been providing. Since the invasion, we have helped deliver, not just from our stocks, but from stocks of other nations, more than 50 million rounds of small arms ammunition of various calibers. 50 million. And that's the kind of stuff that the Ukrainians are literally using every single day since this invasion began. So all of that will also be factored into this package going forward.
One last thing. So what I was trying to get at was the Ukrainians are also asking for other things beyond that. I mean, they're talking about tanks, aircraft, and I know you've talked about this before, but are you reconsidering any of those sort of things?
It's not about reconsidering, Bob. I mean, they have received tanks from other nations. I mean, the kinds of tanks that they know how to use are not the tanks that we have in our inventory. But other nations have provided some tanks. Some nations have provided spare parts so that they can get their inoperable tanks operable again. And I would say the same on aircraft. I mean, they have received support on to get some of their fixed wing aircraft, more operable again. And look, the proof's in the pudding there. I mean, they right now have available to them more fixed wing fighter aircraft than they did 2 weeks ago. And that's not by accident. That's because other nations who have experience with those kinds of aircraft have been able to help them get more aircraft up and running. So the short answer to, I guess, the question that I 3 times failed to answer, but the short answer is yes, we're working with the Ukrainians every day on helping them with those other systems. And if it's a system that we can procure for them or get to them, we're doing that. And certainly if it's one that we can pull down from our own stocks, that's largely what Drawdown Authority is all about. But in the case where it's not that, we are working with allies and partners who do have access to whether it's spare parts or whole systems to be able to get that into Ukraine for their use.
Thank you.
Yeah, Carla.
Oh, thank you. First of all, if the U.S. were to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, how would that affect the Pentagon's communications with the Russian military? Like, would there still be a line of communication available? Can you go into that? I know that the U.S. has not yet designated it, but
Yes,
if they
I'm wondering
did,
why the question? Because there's not an active discussion about doing that.
there isn't. I thought that the U.S. was taking a look at it.
I know of nothing out of the DOD that says we're talking about doing that.
Like the State Department had said.
Well, I can't speak for the State Department, but I don't know of any effort here at DOD to do that, or what that effect that might have. I'm not going to speculate.
Okay, and then if you would, can you give us an update on the Pentagon's assistance on collecting evidence for war crime accusations? How's that going?
We are part of a larger interagency effort that is helping to provide documentation and evidence to support what we have long believed are credible claims of war crimes by Russian forces. But it's not just the DOD, the whole administration, at least the agencies that have the wherewithal to provide evidence, whether that's imagery or other data that can help support war crimes investigations. We're contributing to that. Yeah.
Hi, John. On the howitzers, is there a sense that the Ukrainians will quickly need additional artillery rounds? I know the U.S. is going to send 40,000, but if they have a sustained fight, you could go through those 40,000 pretty quickly. How open is the door to quickly getting more artillery rounds to Ukraine?
We've said many times that it's about supporting Ukraine as much as we can, as fast as we can, and while I don't have any future shipments to speak to today, I think you can assume that should there be additional need in the future for more 155 artillery rounds, the United States will be right at the front of the line doing what we can to help get them there.
And then on the visits recently, Spain today, Poland.
Spain was a phone call.
Or phone call, and then Poland tomorrow, and Czechoslovakia. How much of the conversation now is about the future and maybe having an increased U.S. troop presence in Europe because of the threat, or is it very much still presently focused on Ukraine?
Yeah, I think these discussions that the Secretary's having, and we've read them all out to you, you can see how much and how deeply he's engaged with bilateral conversations with a whole range of allies and partners, is focused on Ukraine and what's going on right now and what we can all do as allies and partners to help support Ukraine's critical defense needs. That's the focus right now. They're not having deep discussions about long-term European footprint and what that would look like. We are having initial discussions here in the building about long-term posture. It would be foolish for us not to, given that we know the security environment in Europe has changed. But in terms of detailed negotiations with other countries about where that footprint might be rotational versus permanent, or what the size might be, we're just not there yet.
Are they bringing up any requests? Are they broaching the topic at all with the Secretary?
I won't get into more detail in these conversations than what we're putting out in the readouts, but I don't want to leave you with the notion that deep negotiations and discussions about footprint is a predominant part of these discussions. Does it come up coincidentally sometimes when he's talking? Depends on the nation and their willingness to host U.S. forces. Sure, it does, but it's not. They're not diving deep into that and looking at the map and deciding where we're going to put troops and how long they're going to stay. That's just not part of the conversation right now.
Some of the original units that were deployed in February, March to respond to Ukraine have been extended. Is the conversation now about extending those further, or maybe rotating in a new group of troops, and would that be more from active duty, or are you thinking about calling up reservists, National Guardsmen to fill that?
I don't know of plans to call up reservists or National Guard for these sorts of commitments. I don't have any additional decisions to talk to today in terms of extensions or redeployments. It is something that the Secretary routinely revisits with General Walters. There's been some, obviously, a decision to not terminate deployments in the case of the 82nd, in the case of the Harry S. Truman. But if and when we have overt decision-making to speak to, we'll certainly do that. But there's been no change in that rotational footprint right now. Yeah, Barb.
A senior defense official earlier this morning talked about the notion that the department did not see anything imminent. I think that was the official's words. in terms of concerns about Russia's nuclear weapons. Could you clarify a little bit more what this official was talking about? In other words, do you still have any concerns about Putin's threats about nuclear weapons, or is it off the table? And in your mind, in the department's mind, is the secretary continuing to get briefed on the status of Russia's nuclear weapons? How much of a focus is this for him as he continues to get briefings overall on the situation?
The secretary's routinely kept abreast of threats in the nuclear realm, and that includes a regular interchange with the U.S. Strategic Command Commander, Admiral Richard. It is something that we monitor virtually every day, particularly in light of the escalatory rhetoric that Mr. Putin voiced at the early days of this war. I would just tell you, without getting into too much classified information, that, again, we monitor this every day. We have seen no reason to change our strategic deterrent posture, and we're comfortable, remain comfortable that we have the ability, if required, to defend the homeland, our allies and our partners, with the current strategic deterrent posture that we have in place. But it is not something that we ever take for granted. Even before Mr. Putin decided to invade Ukraine, it's the kind of thing that we're constantly monitoring. I mean, that is it's a.
You say that the secretary's monitoring of the Russia situation has perhaps, I don't know, stepped up, increased since the invasion and Putin's rhetoric?
I think clearly we took note of what Mr. Putin said in the early days of this invasion. I think it's also important to add that there hasn't been a lot more of that rhetoric following that initial salvo in the early days. But yes, look, in light of what's going on in Ukraine, and certainly in light of the early rhetoric, we are actively monitoring every single day. And even today, the Secretary remains comfortable that we have an appropriate strategic deterrent posture in place, and there's no need to make any changes to it.
Up on a different subject, going back to Bob's very first question, I think. You said that you have a training plan for the artillery and that you were beginning to execute it. So can we conclude from that that training has begun?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Because it hasn't.
Training has not begun?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But I think we'll be making progress here in very short order. Tom.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. 2 questions, please. On the unmanned coastal defense weapons that are being sent over, without getting into any security details, are there mechanisms to prevent them from, if they're captured by the Russians being able to reverse engineer them? That's my first question.
I don't even know how I could answer that question. I mean, we're going to give these capabilities to the Ukrainians. So that they can use them to help defend their coasts. That's our focus, that's our attention right now. I'm not going to talk about a hypothetical capture by the Russians and what that would do or what that would mean.
Okay, well, it might be something that happens as hypothetical in wartime, you plan, but...
I know, Tom, but we could hypothesize all day about things that haven't happened and might happen, and I just don't want to, I don't think that's a good use of our time.
Okay, how about this one? My second question. In the inventory that we're sending over, how many systems like the howitzers or artillery are close enough for the Ukrainians to train on? And how many things do we have, like you just mentioned, like the tanks, our tanks are not even near what they can do. Would you say most of the stuff we send over, the Ukrainians can use without training, or how limited?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been the case over now more than $3 billion worth of material and assistance. The vast majority has required no additional training by the Ukrainians. I mean, let's just take a look here, right? We did a little bit of training on the Switchblade because that's not a UAV they know how to use. It's also not a very difficult one to use. We're going to get some training for a small number of Ukrainians on the howitzers and the 155 artillery because they don't use that caliber and they don't have in their stocks American howitzers. But as I said the other day, artillery pieces are not all that radically different from one another, and we don't think it's going to take very long for them to go through the training on that. We're looking at to the degree to which we need to familiarize them with these radar systems, these portable radar systems that we're going to flow over. We don't have all that nailed down yet, but we're looking at that. We also don't think that's going to require a whole heck of a lot of time. And we have already done some training with the Ukrainians that were here in the States before, who got the Switchblade training, also got training on these coastal defense systems. So they are ready to receive those. We're doing the best we can to focus on, A, the kinds of capabilities we know they need and that they say they want and are using. B, secondary to that, to try to get them systems that they don't need a lot of startup time for, that they can put in the field almost immediately. And short of that, where we can't meet one or two, to be able to provide some level of familiarization and or training as required. But as I've said many times, we know that time is not our friend, and the clock is a bit of an enemy here too. So I think we can be forgiven for wanting to make sure that we get stuff to them that they can use quickly and effectively in the field. And if there is a training component, that it can be as short as possible, so that they are not distracted by the fight they're in terms of training and education. Yeah. In the back.
Oh, thank you, John. In Ukraine, everyone's attention, everyone's thoughts are about the situation in Mariupol on Azovstal plant right now, and about Ukrainian military and possibly civilians blocked there. So could you share your understanding of the situation there? And secondly, what's your assessment about the strategy Russia might use there?
You're talking about Mariupol?
Yes, sir.
Look, as you know, I'm careful not to detail battlefield tactics here because we're not on the ground. And so our visibility is, quite frankly, somewhat limited. Our assessment is that Mariupol still remains contested, that the Russians have not taken it, that the Ukrainians are still fighting for it, that there has been a lot of devastation in Mariupol caused by the airstrikes and the artillery strikes that the Russians continue to rain down on the city. The Ukrainians obviously want to keep Mariupol, and for good reason. It's their city, and they're fighting bravely for it. I'm not going to speculate about how much longer it will hold out, and frankly, we're not willing to accept what some critics say is the inevitability of it falling. They didn't take Kyiv either. They didn't take Chernihiv, and the Ukrainians continue to fight over Mariupol. Now, look, why the Russians want it? Again, I'm not inside the strategists' heads there in Moscow. But if you just look at geography you can see the importance of Mariupol to what the Russians themselves have said is a goal, which is a land bridge to Crimea, from the Donbass down to Crimea, as well as the ability to close off, to pinch off Ukrainian forces in the Donbass. They've already said they're going to focus their efforts on the Donbass specifically. This is an area of the country that they have been fighting over for 8 years, and the Russians have said themselves they're going to prioritize that. If that is your geographic goal, then there is a logic that follows that Mariupol could be important to that because it lies at the southern end of that part of Ukraine. Okay? David?
Just before we came in here, the wires were moving the stories that the president had just told reporters he was going to be sending more artillery. So I want to give you a chance to tell us more about that, but I also want to ask you, why is this being done in slices? If you knew when you did the 18 howitzers that wasn't going to be enough, why wait another week if, as you say, time is working against you?
Because time is working against us, David. I mean, so first of all, a couple of things. One, everything we're sending is a result of iterative conversations that we're having with the Ukrainians, literally in real time, about what they need and what we can provide. And we do the best we can with each package to tailor it to the need at the time. And now the need has changed because now the war has changed because now the Russians have prioritized the Donbass area, and that's a whole different level of fighting, a whole different type of fighting. And last Wednesday was when the president announced $800 million to include 18 howitzers. And we never said at the time, David, and I'm not saying today, and you heard the president himself today, that that's the end-all, be-all, sum total of everything we're going to do. We have said, and we've acknowledged, that fighting in the Donbass is going to require an effort for both sides on long-range fires, which means for both sides artillery. We've noticed that the Russians have moved in artillery support into the Donbass, and it follows that the Ukrainians would want artillery support. I don't have any future packages or shipments to speak to today. You know that I'm not going to get ahead of that. But as I answered to Tara, it is certainly within the realm of the possible that the Ukrainians will want additional artillery systems and additional artillery rounds, and we will have those conversations with them. And we will, if that's the need, we'll do everything we can to meet it.
So last week, the Ukrainians told the United States, we only need 18 howitzers.
No.
Only need 40,000 rounds.
No. They said they needed artillery support. And just like in every other package, we take a look at what capabilities they're asking for, what do we have immediately in the inventory that we can get there quickly, and what we came up with in this package was 18 howitzers and 40,000 rounds, but it doesn't mean it's the sum total. And to your question about why we're slicing this, I find that interesting because if we were to, let's just say that we followed the alternative logic, and at the very beginning of the invasion, we just said, here's everything in the shoebox, let's just send it over there. Well, what if everything in the shoebox doesn't fit the fight that they're in? So you tailor each package based on the fight that they're in and what's going on at the time. You also have to tailor your packages, David, on what they can absorb on their end. I mean, they understand they have absorption issues too that they have to deal with. So you don't want to flow everything you got, the whole kitchen sink in there, and then have them have nowhere to put them, nowhere to store them temporarily, nowhere to move them to, and nowhere to put them in the fight. So you have to do this smartly, and that means doing it in chunks and phases based on what their needs are in the moment. It would be irresponsible for us not to do it that way. Sylvie.
Hello, John. I have two questions. A European official said this morning that there could be up to 20,000 foreign fighters and Wagner's employees fighting for Russia in Ukraine. Is it a number you find plausible?
I have not seen that number. We know that the Russians have tried to recruit foreign fighters, particularly out of Syria. And the Wagner Group, we know, also has been interested in pulling people from elsewhere, like from North Africa. The Russians themselves said they were going to recruit 16,000 Syrians. we don't know whether they actually achieved that goal or how close they got to it and how many foreign fighters there might be in Ukraine. We just don't have a good count.
And you said earlier that the Ukrainians have now more fighter aircraft than they had 2 weeks ago. Can you give us
More
an
operable fighter aircraft than they had 2 weeks ago.
So can you give us an idea of did they receive more and an idea of how many dozens?
I would just say, without getting into what other nations are providing, that they have received additional platforms and parts to be able to increase their fleet size, their aircraft fleet size. I think I'd leave it at that. Platforms and parts.
What is a platform?
Platform is an airplane in this case. They have received additional aircraft and aircraft parts to help them, get more aircraft in the air. Yeah.
Thanks, John. I want to follow up on U.S. security aid to Ukraine. I think you said the total is like $3 billion now. And the expectation would be that Congress is going to replenish this funds. Can you say where that is, like how much has been reimbursed so far, how much you're still looking to get back, and do you have any specific timeline when you would need
I don't, unfortunately, not today. I'll try to take the question for you and get back to you on that. Nancy?
Thank you. I just want to follow up on a couple of earlier questions. David had asked you earlier about some comments the President made earlier today about more artillery going to Ukraine, if you could provide some details about that. And then on the additional platform...
I thought I did.
Did you?
I thought my answer was pretty comprehensive, no?
Really?
I thought you did, but
You didn't think I did either?
provide details?
Yeah.
On the next package?
Yeah.
Not,
I told you I'm not going to do that. I specifically said I'm not going to get ahead of future announcements. Look, look, we're constantly looking at what we can do to help the Ukrainians. I don't have any additional announcements to make today on any further drawdown packages, but I certainly would not rule out the possibility of additional drawdown package authorities being granted to DoD to pull from our inventories, and I certainly wouldn't, as I said to Tara, if the Ukrainians desire more artillery support, then we're going to do what we can to flow additional artillery support. But I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been announced. So I'd leave it at that.
And then could you clarify, when you talked about additional platforms and parts, were any of those provided or transported by the United States?
No. I mean, I would say we certainly have helped with the transshipment of some additional spare parts that have helped with their aircraft needs, but we have not transported whole aircraft. Yeah.
Can you talk to us a little bit about any updates that you have visibility into the use of chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine? There have been some reports just recently, the last 2 days, about the use of sarin in Bilka, perhaps, evidence on the ground of ampules and things like that?
No, we don't have any indications that chemical or biological weapons have been used in Ukraine.
And what's the state of the PPE that was being sent over to them, the personal protective equipment, to help them in case of any sort of attacks?
It's
like
part of it, it's part of this $800 million package that we are still working on, guys. I mean, it only got announced on the 13th. The first shipment went in 2 days later. There are multiple shipments going. I'm not going to get into an inventory list on every given day of every article, but their personal protective equipment will be part of that $800 million. Yeah. Let me get to the phones here. I haven't gotten anybody. Idris?
Thanks, John. Over the past couple of days, Russia and their defense ministry has made a couple of statements about them targeting Western and U.S. weapons. Just wanted to check in. Have you seen any Western or U.S. weapons hit in Ukraine by Russia, or even targeted?
I haven't seen we have no indications that any Western equipment or shipments have been hit or deterred by the Russians. The strikes in Lviv, again, we don't know exactly what the Russian targeting logic is here. We just can't get inside their heads on every airstrike that they're conducting. But it is possible that the strikes they conducted in Lviv were meant to try to affect inventory levels of material and weapons that the Ukrainians may have had, but I've got no confirmation to that. I can't say for sure that was what. They were targeting, and we have no indication that any weapons or systems that we were sending in or other countries were sending in were hit or disrupted. Court.
You actually kind of answered at the end there, but so you're saying that it's possible that the strikes in Lviv may have...
It's possible that that's what they were trying to do, but it's an open question whether it was successful. We have no indication that there's been any impact.
Is there any concern? I mean, it's pretty remarkable at this point that they haven't actually been able to stop or deter any of these weapon shipments that we've heard about, especially as they've been accelerating and there's, half dozen or whatever that are going in a day or more. Is there a concern that might be more of a goal for them in the days going forward? And is there anything that's being done to mitigate that?
It has been a concern for us since the moment we started helping flow material into Ukraine. And that is why we don't talk about the routes. We don't talk even about the locations in the theater where the shipments are arriving. And it's why we're being very judicious about how material is getting into Ukraine, because it's been a concern since the very, very beginning. Yeah. Barb, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to go back to David's question. You seem to lay out, with your reasoning, very much a case that, in fact, security assistance is being done phased, is being done in slices, is being done piecemeal. If I could just finish. You lay out, thank you, I appreciate it. You lay out a very comprehensive case of U.S. strategy for doing it that way in order to make it, in the view of the U.S., the most efficient for the Ukrainians to be able to take advantage of these sequential shipments. But President Zelensky, since the very beginning, I just want to close the loop. President Zelensky, since the very beginning, has basically begged the world for as much in weaponry as fast and I know you say you're doing it as fast as you can, but as fast as it can be gotten to Ukraine's fighters. So the Russian strategies, everybody knew they were going to go into Donbass. That was not a secret. I'm just wondering if you're looking at this, and from this point forward, perhaps looking at a different way of doing this other than in these slices or phases.
Yeah.
Is there another way to do it?
Let me push back on this verb of slicing it, because I don't think that's an accurate way of putting it. It's not about slicing. It is about packaging this, and it's about doing it in a way that accurately and most effectively meets the needs of the Ukrainians in the moment and on the ground and in the fight that they're in. And that fight has changed. You said it was fairly obvious to everybody that they were going to focus on the Donbass. Well, Barb, maybe you have better intelligence than we do. It wasn't obvious to everybody that that was what they were going to eventually end up going to. If you remember, back on the 27th of February, they were attacking Ukraine along 3 main lines of axis. And one of them, and the one that everybody here was all worried about, as around the world was worried about, was Kyiv. And there was all this discussion about how fast Kyiv was going to fall and when were the Russians going to take it and how inevitable it was that Kyiv was going to fall, and it didn't. And one of the reasons it didn't was because we flowed in a lot of javelins. And other countries flowed in other capabilities to help them stop the Russian advance. They failed because they didn't properly plan for logistics and sustainment. They made mistakes of their own. And so the systems that we gave them, we and other nations gave them, helped them in the battle for Kyiv and helped force the Russians to stop their advance. That was the focus for the moment, and it was rightly the focus for the moment. Okay, now it's the middle of April. The Russians have had to recalibrate. They've had to change their strategy. They've said it publicly themselves. You're seeing it on the ground. They're focusing on the Donbass. That is a different terrain. That is a different fight. It requires different capabilities for both sides. And so in our iterative conversations with the Ukrainians, they have said, now that we're focusing on the Donbass, now that we know that's where the fight is coming, we really need fill in the blank, right? And artillery was one of those fills in the blanks, and so that's why we're focusing on this. And that's the right way to do this, because the war does change over time, and it would be foolish for us to just throw the kitchen sink at them and then not have any flexibility as the war changes to make changes in the moment. Now, I understand President Zelensky wants as much as he can, as fast as he can, too. I mean, his country's under siege. It's under attack. I perfectly understand that. But we've got to make sure that we're helping him in the most effective way, and we believe we are. And we'll see what what future packages look like, but I guarantee you, whatever they look like, they're going to be tailored based on the Ukrainians' needs in the moment and what they most require.
And do you feel that Ukraine can continue to wait while the Pentagon and the suppliers that you work with around the world can contemplate these moments as they emerge? I'm just asking if there's a different way that you might be thinking about doing business.
We're always wanting to improve. I mean, nobody's going to stand up here and say we do everything perfectly every single time. And if there's a way to get more stuff there faster, we'll stay open to that. Absolutely. Nobody's boasting here. Nobody's patting ourselves on the back. But let me just stress again, the incredible speed and scale with which material is getting over there. In recent memory, in recent history, truly unprecedented, and that is not an exaggeration. From the time, as I said, the president authorized this latest $800 million on the 13th of April, 48 hours later, on the 15th, the first plane was taken off with stuff in that package. And we're still completing prior packages of things that are still getting in there. So every single day at these transshipment sites in Europe, there's somewhere on the neighborhood of 8 to 10 flights coming in. And they're not all U.S. flights, and they're not all coming from America, but 8 to 10 flights. And every single day, Barb, that material is getting put on pallets and put on ground delivery transportation means and getting into Ukraine via a various amount of routes. We are.
But a week ago, you knew that Donbass was the target. You might not have known.
And a week ago, we were talking to the Ukrainians about what they would need as that fight was following up.
They laid out well, you're going to say that you won't answer this, but.
Go ahead, try me.
Yeah, I will. But have they laid out to you, even if you don't want to say what it is, have they laid out to you the next phase of what they think they need? And are you hearing that they are satisfied with a phased approach? If not sliced, it is phased.
I would tell you that we are having constant discussions with the Ukrainians. I don't want to leave you or anybody else with the impression that it is, as David described, sliced like a piece of cake, like, okay, this is what you're going to get, and then we don't talk to them again until the next piece of cake is needed. We're talking to them all the time. So even after we arranged for this $800 million security package. In fact, even as that discussion was going on and those decisions were being made and the sourcing was being done, we were having discussions with Ukrainians about future needs and what that might look like. And those discussions have happened since the 13th of April, and we'll see where it goes. I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been announced yet. But it is a constant conversation that we're having with them. It's not just slice one and be done and wait for the next one. And you know, we hang up the phone and don't talk to each other for a few days until there's another acute need. That's not how this is going. It's a constant conversation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My question is also about the U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. So as you mentioned, if there is an additional request from Ukraine for additional weapons, so how could U.S. manage and balance between the security need for Ukraine and the risk of escalation in light of Russia's threat to destroy Western weapons?
I don't know if I completely understand the question, but if you're asking me how we're...
Between the risk of escalation and
risk of escalation. Yeah, look, I've talked about this before. I mean, our main focus is on helping Ukraine defend itself. And that means talking to them about what their needs are. And if it's a need we can meet, or we know somebody else can meet, we'll do that. The secretary's literally on the phone every day. Talking to allies and partners, including this day, and will include tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, to talk to allies and partners about these needs. And if it's a need we can't meet, or we can't meet soon enough, then maybe an ally or partner can. And he's having those active discussions literally every single day. And look, of course, as the Secretary of Defense, he has to think about escalation management. That's his job. It would be irresponsible for him not to. When you're talking about a guy like Mr. Putin with his reputation and the fact that he has nuclear capabilities and also has a significant amount of combat capability still available to him in Ukraine, it would be foolhardy. And in fact, it would be, again, I said, irresponsible if we weren't also thinking about escalation management. So that's a balance that the Secretary has to strike every day. But the focus is and will remain on helping Ukraine defend itself. Yeah.
John, on Russian resupply efforts, there was discussion yesterday that Western sanctions were hampering precision-guided munitions. President Zelensky mentioned that was broader than maybe even helicopters and other type of equipment. What is your sense beyond Western sanctions of the Russian military's ability to resupply itself as it gears up for this next phase?
Beyond the sanctions. Well,
and including sanctions as well. I mean, it's, generally its ability to resupply itself.
Yeah. Mr. Putin still has a lot of his inventory available to him. Some of it's been depleted. Some of it's been destroyed. Some of it's been captured. But he still has a lot of combat capability available to him. And I think it's important for us to just remember that. I couldn't tell you, I don't know specifically what concerns they might have in Russia about supply chain issues and their own defense industrial base and how well it can replenish the inventory that he's gone through. But one would have to assume that they're thinking about that, because even though they have a lot left to them, they've gone through a lot. And it's our belief that some of the sanctions levied against Russia will have a downstream effect on their ability to procure certain items and components to help them with their inventory and their stocks. Precision-guided munitions is a good example of that. But I don't want to overstate that right now. Mr. Putin still has quite a bit of combat capability and inventory available to him.
And a couple of months ago, ahead of the initial invasion, there was an awful lot of talk about the consequences of the weather and freezing. And as this phase in the Donbass begins to ramp up, what's your sense of what Russia's capability could be, given that we're well past the ground freezing there, and the inability, even with the ground frozen, for them to maneuver outside of roadways?
Yeah, I think it's weather's always a factor in war, and the spring weather it has. We know it's been a factor for frankly for both sides, even just this week. The ground as it is makes it harder for them to operate off of paved roads and highways. Doesn't make it impossible, because they do have tracked vehicles, but it does make it more difficult. Again, I think taking 10 steps back and just remembering, I know I say this all the time, but I think it's important to keep foot stomping it. This is an area of Ukraine that they have literally been fighting over now for 8 years. Both sides know the terrain. They know where the roads are. They know where they're not. They know the population centers, and both sides are doing what they can to achieve their own goals in the Donbass. But this is not a part of Ukraine that's alien to them, the way the north part of Ukraine and around Chernihiv and Kyiv was in terms of operational maneuver. This is a part of Ukraine that they understand well.
I don't know, Ukraine.
A non-Ukraine? Let me just get through. I got a couple more on the phone, and then come back to you.
Thank you.
Kelly from News Nation.
Hey, John, thanks for taking my question. Some of my other ones were asked already, so I will. I have one on a separate topic that I wanted to ask you about, just in terms of any more specifics on the deaths of the sailors assigned to the USS George Washington. Any connection on those deaths?
I would refer you to the Navy, Kelly. My understanding from speaking to Navy officials this morning is that, obviously they're still investigating these deaths. I don't believe that they are aware of any indications that they are related, but that's what they would believe right now, and I think we need to give them time to properly investigate these deaths. And I would just add that all of us here at the Department of Defense, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families for those sailors who are now no longer in the ranks. I mean, these are now going to be families getting worst possible news and dealing with unspeakable grief. And I just think it's important that they know that the Department of Defense, the Secretary, will give them all the support that they deserve. Heather from USNI.
Thank you so much. I was wondering if there's any update on the Mosca in terms of the number of crew that might have survived or a number of those who might have perished in the sinking.
And I don't think, Heather, that we'll ever know perfectly how many sailors perished aboard the ship and how many survived. I mean, just in general, we do not believe that every member of the crew survived, but how they perished, how many perished, we just don't know. Tom.
Thanks, John. After focusing on the South China Sea, China now is increasing its activity in the East China Sea, and the Japanese have, for the last 3-4 days, have expressed great concern about the Unaguni Islands, which are very close to Taiwan, where the U.S. used to have a military presence. Is it possible, would that be possible for the U.S. to reconsider? I know it's speculation, but I mean, they were there once before, but given the state of the Japanese Constitution, which limits their military ability, to consider reinforcing the Japanese avast?
I don't have any decisions like that to speak to, Tom. I mean, obviously, Japan is a treaty ally. We take our responsibilities for their self-defense very, very seriously, but I'm not aware of any discussions or conversations here at the Department of changing the posture with respect to the East China Sea.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, I got to go. I'll take one more. Go ahead.
Just jumping on Tom's bandwagon here, there have been discussions in Europe ongoing now about concerns of China's increasing influence. Where on the spectrum of intensity and time sensitivity do you see that kind of worry?
I think we've long been concerned about China's growing influence around the world, to include Europe. And I would, note that it's not just the United States, but our NATO allies are likewise concerned. At the Defense Ministerial earlier this year, not the last one, but back in the fall, for the first time, NATO defense ministers put concerns about China in the communique at the end of the Defense Ministerial. So it's a concern that many nations have about growing Chinese influence that is inimical to many of their own national security goals and objectives. And it's not just there. It's in Africa. It's in South America. I mean, the Chinese continue to try to bully and intimidate their way into pursuing their own selfish national security interests at the expense of populations all around the world.
Do you see them using the focus now on Ukraine, justly so? Do you see this as an opportunity? They're taking advantage of an opportunity here to sort of intensify their activities, or?
I don't know that they're necessarily, you can pin this kind of behavior just on what's going on in Ukraine, or that they somehow view that the rest of the world is distracted by Ukraine. I mean, this has been a consistent play by the Chinese for the last several years. Okay, thanks everybody. Thank you.
I'm attorney Ben Crump, and along with my great co-counsel located here in the state of Michigan, as I have said previously, a true champion of justice. We've fought civil rights cases in the state of Michigan before, and I'm just very honored to work with him and his great team of lawyers, as well as attorney Robin McCoy and attorney Greg Smith. We have the pleasure of representing the family of Patrick Iole. And obviously, the crux of the matter, while we're here today, is to hear from Dr. Spritz, who Attorney Johnson is going to talk with you in length about just how very capable and renowned that he is. But I first want to start off this press conference with you, and Ayanna Hatchett, our co-counsel, also present here with us. And I want to thank Sarah Lucrecio for helping us put all this together. But we want to start off with updates. We told the Iole family that we would be intentional and very intense in investigating every aspect of how this Grand Rapids police officer escalated a simple misdemeanor traffic stop into a deadly execution, with him shooting an unarmed civilian in the back of his head. The autopsy findings from the independent autopsy performed by Dr. Spitz is going to get into very graphic details about just how horrific his killing was in a scientific manner. And we will have scientific evidence of not only the entry and the trajectory, but how the bullet traveled, where it ended up, which I think are very important to Attorney Johnson and I as we try to make good on our word to the family that we're going to investigate every aspect of this case and get to the truth. So in doing that, we believe it's important that you take everything in context. When you look at the video that was released by the Grand Rapids Police Department, and you don't have to take Ben Johnson's word for it, you don't have to take Ben Crump's word for it, look at it with your own eyes, you would notice that the police officer initially is not traveling in the same direction of Patrick. So what we see is him make a U-turn to get behind Patrick. As my investigator Cliff Jones and I were reviewing the video over and over again, we both acknowledge that we have to investigate whether this is a classic DWB case, a driving while black case, that he profiled this black motorist and turned his car around, because when he turns the car around, what you see is Patrick's car is about 1.5 blocks away from him. And then all of a sudden, you see the lights on, and you have to ask yourself, How did he know that Patrick tag registration wasn't valid when he's coming from the opposite direction? These are things that Attorney Johnson and I want to investigate intensely, because it goes to the mentality of that police officer, and it goes to the culture that was manifest in that police department, at least as it pertained to this particular officer in these instances. The second thing we certainly want to look at is the aspects, and Attorney Johnson is going to talk about this, of his body camera video. We want to investigate that thoroughly as well. And obviously, it is really going to be about use of force that we're going to talk about for the brunt of our time today with the autopsy and how Dr. Spitz arrived at his preliminary conclusions. And then certainly we will look at the aspects of how unnecessary this was when you look at the video and you hear the results of the autopsy. Just another senseless killing of an unarmed black person in America by the very individual who was supposed to protect him. And so we won't belabor the point. We're going to get to the autopsy findings after my great co-counsel talks to you about those things we promised to the Yeole family about investigating intensely every aspect. And he's going to introduce an incredible doctor who is very thorough in doing this independent autopsy. So I give you to a person you all know very well here in Detroit, Attorney Ben Johnson.
Thank you, Ben. Good morning, everybody. It saddens me that we're here today in the very room where just a few years ago, pre-COVID, my firm and I celebrated with many folks in the legal community in Detroit for our holiday party. And when I think about that night and think about coming in here today and what it is we're having to talk about, it tell you the truth, makes me sick to my stomach.
Thank you.
But we appreciate you being here, and I want to explain about the review process that Ben Crump just told you about. We don't have all the video. You know that. We have what you all have. So obviously, doing this type of work for Ben and I for over 30-some years each, you review it, we see more and more each time. Mr. Crump, as his co-counsels, charged me with reviewing and hiring experts. And we're very fortunate because, as many of you in the room know, I've done this type of work for a long time, and I think we have access to and we know some of the foremost experts in a number of different areas. One of the experts, who I'm not going to name yet, but we've retained him, he's a police policies and procedure expert who testifies, who teaches police policies and procedures to the police all across the United States. And he also serves as an expert, sometimes on behalf of plaintiff, sometimes on behalf of defense. And we've already retained him, and he has certainly shared with us his initial opinions. The two that I'm going to mention very briefly before I introduce, again, someone that doesn't need to be introduced to this room, Dr. Werner Spitz, one of the foremost forensic pathologists in the world, is the body cam that many of you keep asking Ben and I about, and I want to respond directly. Folks, we haven't seen the body cam yet, but we're gonna. In a civil case, when we get up and filing, we will ask for the body cam. Mr. Crump and I are in the process of sending a letter, we call it a spoliation letter, to the city of Grand Rapids. They know it's coming. Keep all the evidence. And they will. And the Michigan State Police will as well, because they're going to look at the body cam. People asked us every day, right, Ben? They say, hey, tell us how the body cam could turn off in a struggle. And the answer is, again, knowing straight up, I haven't seen it yet. And part of my job, Mr. Crump's job, will be look at the body cam and actually touch it ourselves, okay? But I'm going to refer you all back, because a number of you were in the room with the, mayor, the chief of police on that Friday. Lauren, I see you, Rob, because I saw you right on film. And he admitted something to you that I hope you all got. In order to turn this body cam off, the button needs to be depressed for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Tell me how, in a struggle, while he's on top of our client is face down on the ground, that body cam can be depressed right on that one spot for 3 seconds. And we also know later on it gets turned back on. So I know what that suggests to me. You all are smart people. You can figure it out on your own. But again, that's one of the things we'll be looking at. Can I prove it with 100% certainty? The answer is no. But it's certainly important information that we now know since we've reviewed this material over and over again. Next, Mr. Crump has asked me, told me, in this case, in every civil case, ladies and gentlemen, this is called a wrongful death, police misconduct, excessive force, civil rights, call it whatever you want. It goes by all those names and more. But in every single civil case like this, the burden of proof is on these two. And Ms. Hatchett and Maddie Sinkovich is in the back of the room. I want to thank them for being here, and their entire team, Liza Dodson and Marie Reyna, Danielle Asplund, thank you, Chris Desmond. So we have the burden of proof. So folks say, well, then, haven't they done an autopsy? Answer, yes. The Kent County Medical Examiner has done an autopsy. And I'm here to tell you something that I think you know, I hope you know. They knew Patrick died that day the second they saw his body of a gunshot wound to the head. But it's not just the examination that Dr. Spitz will share with you about. They obviously also do a toxicology study where they run studies on the blood because they want to see whether there's alcohol, drugs, etc. in the system. Dr. Spitz did not do a toxicology exam because by the time, obviously, he was given access to Patrick's body, those days were long over, and I won't get more graphic than that. We don't have that report yet. We're in the process of asking for that report, and we'll see whether we get it or whether we get the excuse that they're only going to give it to the Michigan State Police. We'll update you about that later. But so why an independent autopsy? And the answer is we don't know for sure, other than we know Patrick died of a gunshot wound to the head. We know that that's going to be the conclusion of the Kent County Medical Examiner. But as you all may know, Patrick and his family have a funeral on Friday. So our opportunity to have our expert of our choosing to do an autopsy obviously closes pretty quickly. So when Ben Crump asked me, then, I don't want you just to hire one of the best forensic pathologists in the country. I want you hiring two. So I did. Didn't have to look very far. Dr. Werner Spitz is by far, I believe, the most foremost renowned forensic pathologist in our country. And by the way, believe it or not, guys, our world. And you'll hear that from other experts. We also hired Dr. Michael Baden, B as in boy, A-D-E-N. Many of you know Dr. Baden's name as well. Much like Dr. Spitz, Dr. Baden has been all over in the biggest cases that I'll share with you a couple about from Dr. Spitz. Dr. Michael Baden is from New York, and Dr. Baden agreed with me and Ben that when Dr. Spitz said he was available to do the independent autopsy, no reason for Dr. Baden to come. to Michigan to do the same thing to Dr. Verna Spitz, who's probably done more autopsies than Dr. Vodden. But again, Dr. Vodden's done a lot too. So we've had 2 of those folks already involved in this case because it is our burden of proof to prove to a civil jury what killed Patrick. So a lot of folks don't get that in the background. They wonder why we do this. That's why. Dr. Spitz, as those of you that are from our area know, he has been doing this type of work for longer than actually I've been alive. And I've had the pleasure of using Dr. Spitz as an expert in these types of cases and others. I've had the displeasure of having him be the expert on the other side. So obviously, I want him on my team. Dr. Spitz was, as many of you know, was involved in the investigations of President Kennedy, of Martin Luther King, in jumping forward into the more of the recent past in the O.J. Simpson criminal case, Casey Anthony criminal case, Michael Jackson, I believe, criminal and civil case, I believe, and many, many, many more. Dr. Spitz is board certified in not just forensic pathology, you all know, I hope. Forensic pathology is the study of exactly how someone dies, if you will, but especially by trauma. He's also board certified in other areas that will become more important as part of the civil case. So when we called up Dr. Spitz last week, we retained him, and thanks to Diana Lucky, his assistant, he went to Grand Rapids and did an independent autopsy at the Gillespie Funeral Home in Grand Rapids. And again, that's standard protocol for a situation like this. Dr. Spitz then did a preliminary investigation. He shared his initial thoughts with us. And even before it started, Ben Crump said, we need to share so that everybody knows, because you all are calling, and more power to you. We appreciate, obviously, you want to know the science, and we brought you the scientists to talk about that. So Dr. Spitz has some drawings. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Crump. He brought a model to show you the significant part of his findings and why. And before we talk about that, you all know, because you've covered criminal cases like this, civil cases like this, this is said and done with the utmost respect for Patrick and his family. God forbid that any one of us in this room ever would have to listen to someone describe what Dr. Spitz has to. So I just wanted to give a shout out, obviously, to our clients, and I turn it, thank you, Mr. Crump, back to Ben.
No, thank you very much, Attorney Johnson. Before we have Dr. Spitz go into the details of his autopsy, we would put it in context. We want to show the video, if we could, Sarah.
On the table, Ben.
Okay, thank you. And Ben, I think.
Yes, sir.
Can you turn up the volume and play the video for us, Laura? Oh, we don't have audio, okay. So if we just play the video, start it from the beginning.
Obviously, the video taken by the passenger
on the cell phone. What we think is so very significant is at the point when he takes out his gun, look where his head is at when he shot him. And this is going to line up with Dr. Spitz's autopsy findings. Then I believe he has his hand on Patrick's head. Patrick is looking away from him, head practically on the ground, and he then takes his gun and puts it on his head with, as you will hear from autopsy, his hand turning to the right, to the left with the right hand, and he shoots into his head, and the trajectory goes from the back to the right part of the brain. And we only wanted to show you the video. Hey, we don't have sound for you. Apologies, but you all have great technology. Go back and look at it as we looked at it frame by frame, and you will see right the second, the millisecond, the nanosecond that he shoots him. He has his hand on his head, pushing it into the ground. He is in complete control of Patrick at that point. Both of his knees have him prone to the ground where he has control of him. And as Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson and I were talking, common sense would tell you if you didn't have control, you would not remove your dominant hand. He feels in such control that he removes his dominant hand to take his gun out with ease, seems like, and then to put it in the back of Patrick's head. And so we're going to let Dr. Spitz go, and then at some point he's going to come to the podium and show you the model of the skull and the trajectory so that you can see very clearly what happened. And at this time, we turn it over to Dr. Spitz.
You want to do this doc right now? Okay.
Yep.
You have the
report.
Oh, okay. And you have the
Yes.
probe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. What I have here is a skull, a human skull, not fake. No, this is from a dead body. And what I did is I made a hole where the bullet wound of entrance was situated in the back of the head. And I will show you, okay. The skull was opened originally to take the brain out and examine it, and it is hollow inside, but in order to remove the brain, an electric saw was used, and the top of the skull was lifted away, and the brain was approached. It is now placed back so that the skull is whole, and let's put it back. In order to visualize this, I made a hole in the back with a drill. I made a hole in the back of the head and put a probe into the hole and guided the probe from the back here, where you can see the probe going into the back of the head and out in the right side, up a little higher than the entrance wound. And at that point, there is another hole that I made because the bullet went through the bone and lodged under the skin. And it lodged under the skin for the simple reason that the skin is elastic, stretched, lost its the velocity of the bullet, because the bullet stretched the skin in the temple area, in the upper temple area, and at that moment the bullet stopped. and it was located in that location. So there was no complete exit. There was only an exit from the skull, but not an exit from the head. And that was, that bullet was in a shape that, well, when I did the autopsy, the findings were, as I stated, the bullet had been removed, but the small fragment of bone from the area were available and showed me what actually had happened. And if you have any questions, please ask me.
Do you want to read from your report?
I will do some more testing and some more inquiry into what is known already. And I like to do that because these observations at the scene, which I obviously did not attend, but those who did will provide the information.
I want everybody to know the probe that Dr. Spitz is using to show this is standard protocol in these types of cases to show the trajectory or the path of the bullet/missile.
Yes, that's
so
correct.
It's not something that's being done to dramatize anything. That is actually how to do it. Dr. Spitz, will you tell the folk what is it that you believe that actually killed Patrick?
There's no question what killed this young man. The young man, by the way, was only 26 years old. He weighed an estimated 150 pounds. He was...
You say 5'9" as well. 5'9".
No, he was not. Yeah, he was about 5'9", 5'8" or 5'9", but probably 5'9". Okay. And the bullet entered in the back of the head, below. Let me show you on myself.
Okay.
Can you see it? Can you see my finger pointing to where the entrance wound was located? And it exited from the skull, not from the head, from the skull, right there.
And they want you to turn around one more time.
And it lodged under the skin. Why under the skin? Because the skin is elastic. See, I put my skin away from the skull. That is where the bullet was located. And why it was located there? Because it had, by now, when it reached up here, it slid along the interior surface of the bone. You see, the skull is sort of like a ball, like round in this location. So when the bullet traveled along, this is all in milliseconds, traveled from the back of the head to this location along the inner surface of the bone until it hit this area of the bone, it broke it and lodged partially inside the head and partially under the skin.
Thank you. And Dr. Spitz, at some point, we will read from your report, but ladies and gentlemen, why this is very important that Attorney Johnson and I revealed the findings of this independent autopsy. You may recall during the press conference with the police, it was asked, was he shot in the back of the head? And I think the chief said, all I can say is he was shot in the head. He can't tell you whether he was shot in the back of the head. Well, today, based on scientific evidence, we can confirm that Patrick Iola was shot in the back of his head. That is now scientific evidence of this tragic killing and what his family believes was an execution. And that's why we're so grateful to Dr. Spritz and Dr. Biden for agreeing, as Attorney Johnson said, to do this. What I will do before I turn it back over to Dr. Spritz, I want to just read, I think it's important, Attorney Johnson, to read what he finds as evidence of injury. He says when the body is turned over, face down, there is evidence of an entrance bullet wound located slightly left of midline of the back of the head, 4 inches below the top of the scalp. The wound track running from this bullet wound runs upward and to the right to a point in the right temporal partial area, where the bone was fragmented, but the overlying skin was intact. He puts in parentheses, we believe at that location a missile was removed at first autopsy from between the skin and the fragmented bone. Bone fragments surrounding the bullet wound of entrance range in size, and some appear to have been cut with a saw. A bone fragment around the entrance wound was retained for microscopic examination, as was the wound in the skin. Extensive hemorrhages is noted in the glia and over the periphery of the brain in this location. The upper cervical spinal cord appears to have been disconnected. And so that was evidence of injury. And I think Attorney Johnson said, I just do the opinion, and then we may want to blow up the anatomical models and let Dr. Spitz opine. But the opinion is this 26-year-old African-American male Patrick Eole died as a result of a single gunshot wound with entrance wound in the back of the head. The deceased was conscious and aware of the fact that a gun was being held to the back of his head. Death was instantaneous when the gun was fired. It appears that a missile was recovered during a first autopsy. No soot or gunpowder particles were recognized by the naked eye examination in or about the bullet wound of entrance in the soft tissues or on the bony edges of the wound. The fragmentation of the skull at the site of the entrance wound suggests a contact shot. Blood drained from the lungs in the left chest cavity was collected for chemical analysis. Signed, Dr. Warner U. Spitz. And so, if you want to show him his anatomical models on the screen, Ben.
Alex, Irwin, can you help us? We're going to have Dr. Spitz hold the model for the screen to go up. Is that possible or not?
Sure.
Down there?
Is it already up?
Oh,
okay.
Good enough. Got it. Do you want to sit, Doctor? You good?
I want to make one more comment.
Please.
Please.
When the brain, in general, when the brain is injured in any way, by fire,